Extremely setup, sir. So you do photos, put Vinayak and Senthil on video. Aritra, why will he come?
No, how is it?
He's fine. Yesterday he called me up.
For what?
He's struggling to edit the video. He doesn't know how to edit the video.
He doesn't know how to edit the video.
So I told him, don't edit the video, you have to client the video like that only.
Switcher who is handling? Sendil only, no?
Nothing much is what it's said. Your camera is going to be stationary to stage. You set up this camera there.
Which one? We'll set up on this.
S7, S3. I hope batteries are charged, no?
My batteries are charged.
Also, I mean,
When?
formatting this card in this camera, whoever's.
Who's this?
This guy's cards.
His card. Which is that? 80 GB.
Yeah.
CF type A.
Yeah.
Yesterday you should have used his only, no?
Yesterday this came late, no sir. I got it by 7 o'clock.
7 you should have started using his only. The chance is there, you should use it to the maximum.
Yes, sir. We all used to mine.
Go to New York. Huh?
So may not take.
Which one? It will not take. No, it may take, but again, 422 is not at all required. No? I did breakfast.
Sir.
Huh?
You had.
Luckily, mom. I left early. Huh? 6 o'clock, very hard. Where you had your breakfast?
This one. Bought from home and came.
What you have also started? Performance.
Yes, sir.
Right?
So you set up this camera for your videos, sir. Because we did some manual focus. Set up 18-105 lens on that. 18-105 lens. Can I please learn the Wi-Fi password and all that?
I don't know.
Please put that card in slot 1.
It should be record. So record not available.
Yeah, it has to record as well.
Then it's showing 1 hour 37 minutes.
Yeah, you have to format that card. Wait, don't format it, I'll copy the data. ಆಯಿತು. Copy it of this laptop. Oh, what is this card? Is yesterday's, right? Yesterday's and Aritra's, no? Aritra's data is not copied, yesterday's data is copied. Go plug it into that system and copy this card. Copy it on the desktop only. The card data is in my grey bag.
आप क्या करेंगे जब जाएंगे ना इतना कर दीजिए जाएंगे ना आप आईडी कर देंगे ना नहीं आप मोबाइल पे फोन पे कुछ भी करेंगे इसमें आप ऐड कर देंगे मुझे कर दीजिए हम हाँ कर दीजिए ओके नहीं जब आप व्हाट्सअप करेंगे उसका वो डिटेल्स हमें व्हाट्सअप कर दीजिए जाने के बाद एंड हम
प्रशांत कहेंगे उसको लॉक कर दे
Check. Mic check, 1, 2, check. Check, mic check. Alright, this is just a sound check. 1, 2. I think this should be fine.
Test 1, 2, test. Test 1, 2, 1, 1, test. Test 1, 2, test. Test 1, 2, test. Test 1 1 test. Test 1 2. Test. Test 1 2. Test.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು HDMI ಕೇಬಲ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ
ಯಾಕೆ
ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾಗೆ.
ನನಗೇನು ಕೇಳ್ತೀಯ, ನಾನು ಹೇಗೆ ಹೇಳೋಣ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ
ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ದೊಡ್ಡವರು.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ
ಫೋಟೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಲೈವ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸಿಂಗ್. ಇದು ಫೋಟೋ ನೀವು ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು ಸರ್.
ಯಾವ್ದು
S3
S3
ಎಲ್ಲ AC ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
ನಂದು ಕೈ
ಇದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇದು ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಬಂದಬೇಕು.
ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ
ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಏನಾದರೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿ. ಏನು ಡಿಸ್ಪ್ಲೇ ಸ್ವಿಚ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೋ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಸರ್. ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪಲ್ಲಿ
ಇದು ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೈತೆ.
We are trying to explore and harness the underprivileged youth with skills and employment for a sustainable livelihood.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome. It's a moment of immense pride and honor for us to welcome all the distinguished guests and participants to the 16th National Skill Conference. If you all are as excited as me, can you all give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Well, the theme of today's event is building a sustainable future. Makes this gathering a truly special. We're deeply grateful for your esteemed presence, which adds great value to our endeavor. Your participation inspires us to strive harder towards our shared vision. I would like to welcome the guest, the chief guest on the stage. We have Srimati Sadhana Ashok Patel, Assistant Director, Department of Employment and Training, Government of Karnataka. Can you give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Ms. Sadhana Patel, the Joint Director of Employment at the Commissionerate of Employment and Industrial Training, Bangalore, is a distinguished professional with MSc, MA, MBA, and qualifications. A former zoology lecturer,
which camera's
she
coming?
excels as a promotes women's financial independence, honored with FICCI National Award 2022. She's trained 800 plus farmers and contributed to scientific livestock management and rural entrepreneurship. And thank you for joining us today on the 16th National Skill Conference. Also with us we have Ms. Y. Jayanti Chowgala, the Director of Women Welfare Society. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome Ms. Y. Jayanti Chowgala on the stage as well.
ಬ್ರೋ ಇದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ.
Also, with us is Sauza, the Executive Director
on 16th National Skill Conference. And
problem with the software.
as a family, we all are here. I convey my good morning wishes to you all. Good morning. Well, the thought is relevant. The topics discussed today would definitely take us
Here nothing is
on
connected
more
directly.
meaningful way
I
of
connected directly.
skilling and employment generation.
For this camera.
In fact, it focuses on sustainable development,
Try with that
sustainable
camera.
progress,
Connected.
and that's the issue that we all are really concerned about. Though the technology and economies of a nation, we figure them out to be dynamic, and every now and then the issues crop up. We got to really respond to them in time, or else it would question us whether we exist or perish. When it comes to sustainable development, I feel instead of discussing and talking on higher ends, we got to focus on roots of the issues. If that's the case, I feel having 28 years of experience in the field of education, training the youth, giving them, imparting them all those fundamentals that go to create successful careers for them, I stand before you with this experience. Until today, I feel few terminologies that go to create meaningful conclusion on today's present discussions. Those few terminologies are to be understood properly by us, redefined by us, then only these fundamentals can take us to those higher strategic plans. My first point that I would like to elaborate is, do the youth know what is a career? Because industries and economies, these are the two relevant focuses that today's entire discussion would really focus on. But then, the youth part or the manpower, their qualifications, certifications, skillings, reskillings, upskillings, all that definitely takes us a long way. But the point is, today's youth should be serious on these issues. Because in India, against other nations, when you look at our youth, the first point is, let us try to take some examples and discuss. As I'm a keynote speaker, I would like to elaborate on few facts. Today, when I interact with the students in universities, I keep visiting the colleges, Very simple and humorous question I keep throwing at the student folk, the youth generation. I say, why do you sit in a class? You know the answers I receive? Madam, attendance rate. I am throwing the serious points in a humorous way. Why do you sit in the class? Today, when we talk on innovative and creative aptitudes, when we talk on skilling and upskilling, wherein the entire education system is only busy with certification and completion of curricula. When we look at career, what is a career? For most of us, it is a job that can fetch me a great salary package.
Our youth, they're running behind those salary packages without understanding that this career contributes to the social progress, national progress, innovations, creative aptitudes that can make India stand distinctly amidst the international competition. Are we preparing our youth towards globalized era, globalized demands? So, or for most of them, career is something that they get and they do it for the sake of dough. Yes. So, career has to be redefined today. Career cannot be measured keeping the social status quo in mind. Today, when we survey the international job market, career market, it's not only the doctors, the engineers, the lecturers, the professors, the scientists, which Indian youth is crazy behind. Few things that they know. That too they know because there is a social status quo attached to it. But then it's a high time to make them realize that anything and everything that is needed by a human life has an international market. But then, when it comes to complex, that kind of mentality, social status quo, why this is happening is most of us are only running a race without answer. I'm sure whatever comes on his way will be taken up with lots of Shraddha in it. You know, Kayakave Kailasa, we have such great sayings, but are we focusing on those minor issues? Let me just tell you, friends, government, whether in private, whether in organizations, NGOs like this, we have to understand what is the fundamental of the problem. There are 20 kind of policies, plannings, schemes, but when it comes to implementation, real root. ಹೇಗಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಆದರೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಲೆಟ್ ಮಿ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಅ ಜೋಕ್. Once a Sikh Sardarji who plans to travel from Bangalore to Delhi gets his train reservation done, and the reservation he gets is in S11 bogie. You know, S11 bogie is the last bogie most of the time, last but one. No, the rear end. And this is the issue. This is talk of olden days when we did not have the modern facility of drinking water, mineral water coming to you on sale. ಬೇಸಿಗೆ ದಿವಸ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟಿ ನೀರಡಿಕೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಇಡೀ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಜೆವರೆಗೆ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಸಿ ವಿತ್ ದ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಸ್, and ultimately when he boards his train, he just gets in and the train departs. But then he's thirsty. Now he realizes that he wants to drink water, but in hurry he would have forgotten his water bottle with him. So olden days there were only two options. Either you carry your water bottle with you or wait so that when the train station, when it nears the station, it halts at the station, you got to go running at the drinking water queue, stand in queue. When your chance come, you had to drink the water. So this person, every station he gets down, runs from S11 bogie to the main platform where there is a drinking water, tap, waits in queue. And by the time he gets his chance to drink the water, the train whistles and he has to run back without drinking water. So, till he reaches Delhi, every station he gets down, comes running, waits in queue without drinking water, he goes back. So, he's so furious that he wants to lodge a complaint with station master. He goes to Delhi station master and says, "Sir, give me a paper and a pen, I want to lodge a complaint." Says, "Sir, please take your seat." No. Looking at his anger, he just gives him a paper and pen. "Sir, you can lodge a complaint." this fellow is so furious on the S11 bogie of the train that his complaint in 2 points. You know what are those points? The first point of his complaint says there should not be a last bogie for a train. And the second point, he tries to purely, beautifully explain and says, even if it is there, care should be taken to see that it is placed first. Right? So, this is a combination of few words. Definitely it goes to create a sentence. In some way, it means something, but in true meaning, it is nonsense. Right? So, that is how all our efforts in creating such kind of this are meaningless till and until we really focus on the fundamentals. Right? So, we have to understand we need social security. We have to focus on sustainable progress and development. Environmental issues like green skilling, green jobs have to be totally focused because we have taken. I heard a speech when I made a move to Spain, and there an Indian was saying, he says, when you want to protect, conserve and preserve nature, not need crores and crores of funds in preserving and conserving our nature. When it comes to sustainable development, he only said, sir, leave the nature on its own, it will flourish. We don't need any additional inputs of creating schemes and then allotting in order ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಾಟಾಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ನೌಕರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಸಿಕ್ತು ಅಂತ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವಜನರು ಮರದ ಆಳದ ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ, ಅಭಿರುಚಿಯಿಂದ, ಅಭಿಮಾನದಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾರೋ, ಶ್ರದ್ಧೆಯಿಂದ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾರೋ, ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಅಡ್ಡಿ ಆತಂಕಗಳು ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಛಲದಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ, ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡೋರು ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಭರಿಸ್ತದೋ, ಯಾವ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅವನ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ, ಅವನ ಜೀವನದ ಒಂದು ನಾಂದಿ ಹಾಡ್ತದೋ ಅಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ವೃತ್ತಿ ಅಂತೀವಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಿಯರ್ standing, waiting, struggling to create such kind of skills in our youngsters, right? So when such skills are there with our youngsters, I'm sure India cannot look behind. We will on the top list of international competition. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Check. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸಾಧನಾ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಪೋಟೆ ಅವರು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೈರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಟುಗೆದರ್. Well, now to give vote of thanks, I request Ms. Noella Sheila, Finance Manager of FVTRS, to please join us on the stage.
Thank you, Madam, for that inspiring and thought-provoking speech, the very first speech of this day. You have really set the tone for the day, and your emphasis on skilling, protecting the environment, sustainable development has really motivated us. Most of us here who are here in the skill development, I'm sure they will take back your thoughts. Also, I would like to thank you for having made it with such short notice and spared your valuable time and come here. Thank you very much, Madam. As a gesture of our gratitude, I request Mr. Kaleem to kindly hand over the bouquet and the momentum to Madam. Thank you, Mr. Kalim.
Madam Chairman, she's sitting there. She's come.
Also with us on the stage, may I request Srimati Kanta Nayak, Chairman, Skill Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka, to please join us on the stage. And can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Also with us, we have Dr. Romet John, Professor, Department of Psychology, Central University of Karnataka. Is a distinguished academic, heads the Department of Psychology at the Central University of Karnataka since 2011 with 25 plus years of expertise. He has held roles such as Dean, IQAC Director and Director of International Affairs. He specializes in ICTC counseling and mentoring with over 46 publications, 56 conference presentations and 20 research projects. Under his guidance, 12 doctoral scholars have graduated. Notable projects include an ICSSR-funded rural health study and a GFATM7 program across South India. A visionary leader, he introduced academic innovations and established the Center for Psychological Counseling at Bangalore University. Connect him at Romet John at the rate of cuk.ac.in. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome Dr. Romet John on the stage as well. Also, may I request, are we taking like a quick break now? Okay, so as we have, the chief guest is going to arrive in a bit, so we're going to take a quick break. But before that, I would like to tell you what's going to happen in the entire day. We're going to have 3 panel discussions related to green skills, importance, scope, challenges and opportunity, essentials for skill intervention, strategies, approaches, growth and change. And also the third panel discussion right after the lunch break is we have skills for changing world of work, digital transformation, multi-skills, remote work and a lot more. May I welcome Srimati Kanta Nayak, the Chairman, Skill Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka, to welcome everybody on the 16th National Skill Conference, and we would love to hear more from you. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on dais and all my dear friends and the chairperson, Functional Vocational Training and Research Society. It was very short notice for me. Yesterday afternoon they had come to our office and they told that we are conducting this 16th National Skill Conference, madam, you have to attend. I was today at Bangalore, so I thought, okay, anything for a skill, I'll be first person to go and attend. So ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗದಿದ್ರು ತಾವು ಕಲಿತು ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್ ಇಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇನ್
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆ ಕುರಿತು ನಾನು ಮಾತನಾಡಲು ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈಗ ತಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಸಾಧನಾ ಅವರು ಮೇಡಮ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಸವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಅನುಭವದ ಆಧಾರಿತ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ, ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದರು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಮಾಂಡೇಬಲ್, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ವೈ. ನಾವು ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಗಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 9 ತಿಂಗಳಾಯಿತು. ನಾವು ಮತ್ತು ಅವರು ಒಂಥರ ಒಂದೇ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸ, ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಅವರು ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಳೆ ಪುರಾತನದಿಂದ ಜಾತಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗಳು ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ದು, ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಆಧಾರಿತ ಜಾತಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗಳು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಂಬಾರು, ಕಮ್ಮಾರು, ಚಮ್ಮಾರು, ಲಂಬಾಣೀಸು, ಒಕ್ಕಲಿಗರು, ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ನಾವು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲು, ಆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಬರ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಏನಾಯಿತು, ಆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮರೆತು ಮುಂದೆ ಈಗ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಕಂಪೇರ್ಡ್ ಟು ಅದರ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್. ಇಫ್ ವಿ ಸಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸಾಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನೋ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಾನಾದರೂ ಓದಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗ ಆದರೂ ಓದಲಿ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗಳಾದರೂ ಓದಲಿ ಅಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಮತ್ತು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಬೋತ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಎರಡೂ ಸೇರಿದರೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಜ್ಞಾನನ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮುಂದೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಐ ನೋ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್, most of them, their resume I have seen, because I am from engineering background. I have worked in ITBT for 17 years in a different countries. They will put the only few things, soft skills: Kannada, English, Malayalam, Telugu, Tamil, and if they are going in a computer science, C++, Java, ಆ ಥರ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. But skilling is what? It is a hands-on experience which you get to do the work. Today, what is the industry demands? ನುರಿತ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರ ಬೇಡಿಕೆಗಳು ಬಹಳ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳಿಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ನುರಿತ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರುಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲ. I would like to say one thing. ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಡಿಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾತ್ರೆಗಳನ್ನೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯುಟೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಯೂಸ್. ಬಟ್ ದ ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ದಟ್ ಯುಟೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ಸ್, ಹೌ ದೇ ಡೂ, ಹೌ ದೇ ಮ್ಯಾನುಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಚರ್, ವಾಟ್ ದ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ದೇ ಯೂಸ್, ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ಯು ನೋ. ದೇ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ ರ್ಯಾಂಡಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅವರು ಯುಟೆನ್ಸಿಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾರ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೆ, ಜಿಂದಾಲ್ ಸ್ಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು, ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೀಲ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್, ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಟನ್ ಅ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನಮ್ಮ ವೃತ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಏನು ಅನ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಹೈ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಅ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಹೈ ಲೆವೆಲ್. ಎನಿಥಿಂಗ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎನಿ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಓಕೆ, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ರಿಟನ್ ಅ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ನಾವು. ಸೊ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ತಮ್ಮ ಏನಿದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ ವೊಕೇಶನಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್, ತಮ್ಮ ಬ್ರೌಷರ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತಾವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇತ್ತು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ. ಈವನ್ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ಸ್ ನನ್ನ ನಿಗಮದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ. ಆದರೆ ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್? ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅ entrepreneur or a self-employed? If you see the statistics, it is very less compared to the men. ಅಗ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ? ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹತ್ರ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇದೆ? ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ನಾವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡೋದು ಟೈಲರಿಂಗು, ಪಾರ್ಲರು, ಅಥವಾ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಡೇ ಟು ಡೇ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನಲ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಮೋಟಿವೇಶನಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ನಿಗಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಗಮ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಕನಸು. 2013ರಿಂದ 2018ರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲು ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ವೊಕೇಶನಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಗಮ ಅಂತ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನವ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ, ಯುವಜನತೆಗೆ ಅರಿವಿನ ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಂದು ನಮಗೊಂದು ಜಾಬ್ ಕೊಡಿಸಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅದು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಇರಲಿ ಅಥವಾ BCom ಇರಲಿ, BSc ಇರಲಿ, ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್? ಹಾಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟನ್ನು, ಯಾವುದು ಯುವಜನತೆಯನ್ನು ಹಂಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ದೇ ನೀಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ಡ್, ವೆಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಯಾರು ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ. ವೈಟ್ ಕಾಲರ್ ಜಾಬ್ ಇರೋರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇವು ಯಾವ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಈಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಪಾರಂಪರಿಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಸಾಂಪ್ರದಾಯಿಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯತೆ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಬರೀ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್. See, we all have one period of a sports period will be there, arts period will be there. Do we have any skill period? No, we don't have any skill period. We know about that skill period should start from the any skill. Let us start with some skill period. ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲಿಂದ ಶುರು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸಲ್ಲಿ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ಸು, ಪ್ಯಾರಾ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಒಲಿಂಪಿಕ್ಸ್? ಡೂ ಯು ನೋ? And from our department we had been in that, we had participated in the skill Olympics. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ 47 ಯುವಕರನ್ನು ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ವಿವಿಧ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ, ಯುವತಿಯರಿಗೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ NSDCಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಹೈಯೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮೆಡಲ್ ಗೆದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ಯುವಕರು ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್ಗೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾಗ ಯು ನೋ ವಿಚ್ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ವನ್ ದ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದೆಮ್? China was the first and Korea was the second. And we got a 4 medallion of excellence, which is very proud because reaching there itself a very difficult. ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ತಾರಂತ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾರಂತೆ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅವರು ಶಾಲೆ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿಂದಲೇ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾರಂತೆ. ಇದೇ ನಮಗೂ ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್. If I ask my previous IT colleague friends, they say that, are you finding now, because all the social media is very up and maybe you are getting proper skilled person for a job, they say that 70% are not properly skilled. First 6 months they take on job training only. After that we have to take them as a full time. By the time they complete 1 year, they will start volatile thinking that ಯಾವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಜಂಪ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನೀವು ವಾಟ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಇರೋ ಜಾಬ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ, ನಾನು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ದೇ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, PS ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಟೀಚರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, IAS ಆಗಬೇಕು, KS ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನೋಬಡಿ ಸೇ ದಟ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿಕಮ್ ಅ ಆಂಟ್ರಪ್ರನರ್, ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಥವಾ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವತ್ತು ಆ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್, ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಅ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಡ್. ನಾನು 2-3 ವಿಚಾರ ನನ್ನ ನಿಗಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಈಗ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿ, ನೀವು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಮೊದಲು ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಗಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಓಕೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ಗಳು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ತರಬೇತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 80% ದೇ ವೇರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಜಾಬ್. ನೌ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಯು ಟ್ರೈನ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ದೆಮ್. ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್ private sectors also we have invited, and we are directly connecting with the industries. For that only we have got a program like industry linkage program, where the industry based on requirement they will screen, they will take a candidate from our portal, they will train and place them. In that I am very happy that we have got a very big companies who has come and they are doing a very good, they have started a training also, like Brigade and other few companies they have already started. So now I welcome all the training partners here. It is ಸುಮಾರು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Please come. And I request everyone to take latest skills. ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಹಳೆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋದರೆ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್, ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್, I don't say it is a future skill, because what today is artificial intelligence is, it is now old. We are getting now much more better. Next year there will be a different. 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರೋ ಯಾವ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಈಗ ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿನ ನಾವು ಈ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದರದ್ದು 5-6 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅದರದ್ದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಶುರು ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಭಾರತಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಡಿಲೇನೂ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋ ತನಕ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಲೇಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಲಿಕೆ ಜೊತೆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ 8th 7th ಸೆಮೆಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಅವಾಗ ಟ್ಯಾಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅಡೋಬಿಂದ, ಟ್ಯಾಲಿಯಿಂದ, ಮೈಕ್ರೋಸಾಫ್ಟಿಂದ, ಕ್ಲೌಡ್ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟಿಂಗ್, ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್, ಡೇಟಾ ಅನಲಿಸ್ಟು, ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ latest technology wise we are from our department we are training, and successfully we have finished very good 30,000 students in all over Karnataka universities. So ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವರು ಬಂದಾಗ we will give a certification also, and they can take a job outside. Just to give I know that it is a vocational training will have very short period. That's why I tell that now ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ಯೂರ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೇವೆ. ಅವರ GTTC ಆಗಲಿ, KGTT ಆಗಲಿ, ITI ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ITI, GTTC ಮತ್ತು KGTTಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದು ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತಂದರೆ ವೇರ್ ದೇ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ನೀವು ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಫೀಲ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ you will have hands on experience, because after their completion of degree 6 month or 1 year apprenticeship course anta irutte. Avaru they have to work in a hospital. Same in ITI idrallu ellanu hands on experience irutte. avrige modle bandu college alli industry bandu tagoltare. elli korate ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್, BSc, BA, BCom ಇಲ್ಲರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಡಿಗ್ರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಏನು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೋದಾಗ ಒಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಹೆಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ 4 ಸೆಮೆಸ್ಟರ್ 3 ಸೆಮೆಸ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ರೆ 1 semester ಬರೀ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ದೇರ್. 1 semester ಆದಮೇಲೆ ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಗೆಟ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್, ದೆನ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಟೈಮ್ ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ದೇರ್. ದೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ದೇರ್, ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ತಗೋಬಹುದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸೋವರೆಗೂ, ಲೈಕ್ ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗೆ PhD ಎಲ್ಲ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಆ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕಲಿಕೆ ಜೊತೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸು ಸಿಗುತ್ತಂತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಭಾಳ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ಭಾಳ ಇದಾವೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಗಮದಿಂದ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು 25ಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ವಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆನ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ trainings, and many of them are private sectors are there. You also please participate in that. I prefer for the latest technology and who have industry and the assurance of a placement. Then it is a good for everyone to unemployment ಅನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಏನು ತರಬೇತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅವರು ತರಬೇತಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹೆಸರು ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ನಿಗಮದಿಂದ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಇದಾವೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಾವು ಬಹಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಿಗಮದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಏನು ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳಿಗೆ ಯುವಕರನ್ನ ಯುವತಿಯರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳ ಬೇಡಿಕೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದೀಸ್ ಡೇ ಆಲ್ ದ ಏಜೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಕಮ್, ಅವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇದು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಶಾರ್ಪನ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಯೋನು ಒಂದೇ ಗರಗಸ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದರ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅಪ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಲೇಬೇಕು, ರೀಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ನಾನು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಕಲ್ತ ತಕ್ಷಣ ನಾನು ಮುಗೀತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಏನು ಐ ಆಮ್ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಲೈ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ದೀಸ್ ಡೇಸ್ reskilling and the upskilling is the most important, because today what I learned today is might be upslit for a tomorrow. So for that, so last one note I would like to give. ಸೊ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತುಂಬ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ತಮ್ಮ ಈ ಫಂಕ್ಷನಲ್ ವೊಕೇಶ್ನಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಈ ಏನು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಟ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ. ತಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಸಲ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Srimati Kanta Nayak, thank you for your motivational words. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? May I request Father Peter Brank, Treasurer of FETRS, to please join us on the stage. He's a compassionate leader from Chikmagaluru, Karnataka, is dedicated to community upliftment and social welfare, as a former director of the Karnataka.
I extend my gratefulness to our chief guest, respected Madam Kanta Nayak, President of Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. Madam, we are grateful to you for accepting our last-minute invitation and setting aside your valuable time and making it possible to this function, and for sharing knowledge and experience. Your thought-provoking note and expressing the importance of skill and skilling has been greatly inspiring. You have also emphasized on the need for syllabus, employment of youth after the training program, which requires motivation. Also emphasizing on the need to promote entrepreneurship, latest technologies, etc. are inspiring to us. You have also emphasized on the need for hands-on experiences. Surely, Madam, in the training programs which we are carrying out all over the country, we will take forward these things. Thank you for your motivational and enriching talks, Madam. Nama hridpurvaka vandanegalu. I request our Treasurer, Father Peter Brank, to kindly hand over the momentum to Madam.
Without further ado, it's time for the lamp lighting. I would request Srimati Kanta Nayak and Srimati Sadhana Ashok Pote to please join us there. I request all the esteemed guests to join us. Can we have Suman Yadav also on the stage, please? Together. And this is 16th National Skill Conference. Thank you to each one of you for being a part of 16th National Skill Conference. Right now, it's
time to introduce the research document by Mr. Jimmy Matthew, the Senior Manager of FVTRS with over 30 years of experience in this sector. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him?
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Ms. Kanta Nayak, the Chairman of Skill Development Corporation, Madam Sadhana Pote, Madam Rajeshwari, Father Peter Brank, our Treasurer, Dr. Robert John, Professor in Central University of Karnataka, Mr. Felix, and my dear friends. It is my privilege to introduce a great achievement of FVTRS. If you look at and go around, even you can capture from the talk of Madam Sadhana Pote, there are a lot of gaps in skilling and employability. People are all number of people, large number of people, hundreds of organizations are engaged in skilling without knowing the demand of the industry. This was one perspective for FVTRS to take up one research to understand what is the skill gap in employment sector and skilling. To do this, we conducted the survey in 21 major cities of the country, involving around 55 people for the research purpose. More than 4,000 samples we covered. We have covered 8 major sectors which creates employment for the people. It was an extensive kind of process. There was a research report coming in, data is coming, data analysis, compilation, analysis, again and again review the document. Finally, we have prepared a document which run about 450 pages. It was again a major task to confine into this 450 pages into about 80 or 90 pages. It was a marathon exercise. Several consultations were done. In all this process, the credit goes to the Central University of Karnataka, led by Dr. Robert John. Kindly give a big applause to him. The research was done by not only by him, he was a leader. Dr. Kiran Gajanur is another person involved in. Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Rajkumar, Sandra, and almost all the staff members of FVTRS. And today this is a proud moment for FVTRS to release this research document in front of you. And we have great personality to do that. I think that's another privilege for FVTRS. So I request Madam Kanta Nayak to release the book on behalf of FVTRS. Thank you.
Check. Can we give a huge round of applause for the released document?
Well, our esteemed guest, Srimati Sadhana Ashokpote, will now be leaving the stage due to her tight schedule. We sincerely thank her for gracing this event with her presence and valuable time. We extend our best wishes for her upcoming commitments. Can you give a huge round of applause, everybody together, once again for Srimati Sadhana Ashokpote, Assistant Director, Department of Employment and Training, Government of Karnataka.
Panel discussion.
So I'll tell everybody to settle down, right?
You ask her how much your speech.
May I request Dr. Roman Join to please address the gathering? Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together?
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and special guests. So, Mr. Jimmy Matthew has already given an idea about our research project. And as he mentioned, this is also an important moment in my career and my colleagues' career and all those who are part of the FETRS also. And this is the first time we the project together. So that's why it is a unique experience, our team working with people who are in the field, our team working with people who are in the field and people who are in the research lab. And this is a unique project which for the first time we have taken in the area of skill development. As our previous speakers, they spoke about, there is a gap between curriculum and the practice skill. Still, it is very easy for the university authorities or skill development authorities to say we are going to impart skill development, but the major obstacle of imparting the skill development in the curriculum are teachers. If teachers are not prepared to learn or teachers are not prepared to change their mindset, whatever the plan or policies, whether government or university authority implement, it is not going to be fruitful. So my 30 years of teaching and research experience in the university made me to strongly believe the skill development actually must start from the teachers or the trainers from school to the university level. If we people cannot change the attitude or our perception, it is very difficult. For example, in a university department, we are supposed to send our students for 1/3 of learning to the field. But teachers are not willing to go to the field. They are comfortable in coming to the department, sit in the AC, air-conditioned cabins or air-conditioned classroom, and they do not want to go outside, travel, and be with the students for monitoring or mentoring the students. This is one of the major problems. But in the case of social work, a particular discipline, if you look at the practice in our country, most of the good universities, they spend 3 days in the campus, 3 days in the field. That's the reason social work students come out with a good skill and they are easily employed. So this particular exercise made me also to strongly believe that unless we take interest, it is not going to move or it is not happening. And during the process, we started in a small way, but it landed in coming out with a huge report, what Mr. Jimmy told, around 150-page report. Then they told how can people understand this report. It is very difficult for the public to understand. So we started almost spent 1 year for cutting down, making it simple or with a comparison table graph, and we came out with a 60-70 page document. So I request all of you to go through this particular document critically. There may be some shortcomings, limitations from our side. We'll be extremely happy to correct and to improve and make the document again modified in the website. Right, and once again I must thank FETRS team for giving an opportunity to take part in. You can see that what kind of people they prefer, what kind of skills they prefer, and what type of personality, what kind of cognitive style, or what kind of individual differences people prefer in the field market. And I don't say that this is going to be a permanent recommendation. Maybe probably, as the previous speaker spoke, the skills will be changing and perception, attitude, preferences will be changing. So we are also prepared to update in coming years in the future. Once again, I thank you all for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Ramejan, for being a part of our 16th National Skill Conference. And right now, I would like to thank all our esteemed guests on the stage. We kindly request you to settle into your seats as we are about to commence the panel discussion. Can we give a huge round of applause to all the esteemed guests on the stage once again, ladies and gentlemen. Srimati Kanta Naik will now be leaving due to her tight schedule. We sincerely thank her for gracing this event with her presence and valuable time. Can we give a huge round of applause once again for Srimati Kanta Naik, Chairman, Skill Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka. The first panel discussion, the topic that we have is the green skills, importance, scope, challenges and opportunity. Our moderator is Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan, the ex-president of AWAKE. Dr. Rajeshwari, a veterinarian and social advocate, has over 25 years of experience in veterinary and livestock services as the founder of Manu Pet Clinic and Farm Consultancy. I request Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan to please join us on the stage. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? May I request the panelist Srimati Anuradha Uday Shankar, the co-founder of Goping Taxi, a women-only taxi service based in Bangalore, Karnataka, launched in January 2019. Goping Taxi aims to ensure safe and comfortable travel for women, children and senior citizens. Operating primarily from Kempegowda International Airport and has features like GPS tracking, panic buttons and pepper spray for enhanced safety and security. Recognized with multiple awards including the Zee Kannada Award 2022, Enterprising Women Achievers Award 2023 from Transport Minister Ramalinga Reddy. Goping has been featured in Family Power with Punit Rajkumar and Super Minute with Ganesh for its groundbreaking impact. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome Ms. Anuradha Uday Shankar. Also we have Mr. Shashidhar Hirematada N, CEO of Tech VOC Finance Consultancy Private Limited. Mr. Shashidhar H, Skill Advisor for Strategy and Sustainability at Schneider Electric Bengaluru, is a veteran in skill development and vocational training. With expertise in advanced technologies like automation and CNC, he has designed impactful training programs aligned with industry needs. Previously, he served as advisor at Karnataka Skill Development Corporation and General Manager at OSDA, leading Odisha to excel in the World Skills competition. A VLSI and Embedded Systems MTech graduate, he's worked with GIZ, Vasundhara and Silicon Smith, contributing to curriculum design, training center management and government industry collaboration, significantly advancing India's vocational educational landscape. Can we give a huge round of applause for Mr. Shashidhara Hirematada N?
And also with that, we have Miss Josephine, eco-friendly product Awake, to please join us on the stage. She's a first generation entrepreneur, ventured into MN Collections in the year 2022. Prior to this overall work experience, I'm handing over to the moderator, Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan, ex-president of Awake.
Good morning, good afternoon, welcome all of you. As everyone was talking about skilling today, we have to bridge the gap. That's what Madam Sadhana told. That what skills required by industry and what skills we have to match it to the trend of today. So all of you are all into different types of training. You have trained students, you have trained passionate people. I also represent one more organization called as Awake, which is Association of Women Entrepreneurs of Karnataka. So this is a 41-year-old association, and we had been creating women entrepreneurs through empowerment and training. So right now, when they were discussing, the NSTC madam was telling, we have more women who are skilled. We have more women who are also not continuing with their career with the skills they have. So that is where Awake kind of organization comes, where we help them to utilize that skill and start their own enterprise. Not only do a self-employment, but also engage other people around them and train them and become entrepreneurs too. Going with this, today's topic is on green skills. So every year we have a trend-setting agenda. So this year it is green skills because we are already bothered about the climate, the pollution around us, the vehicular traffic, the management of more people migrating into the cities, and so there is a requirement of more and more products, more and more skilled workers for setting up the enterprises. So how we are going to bridge the gap, and how the people who have already started the enterprises, how they are going to engage the skilled people, that is what we are going to discuss today. So when I say green skills, it is universally relevant as of today. So it involves not only manufacturing of some products, it involves service sectors, it involves services and processes, and it also involves people who are skilled enough to evaluate such enterprises. Say, like when you start an enterprise, a new enterprise, any entrepreneur will have to go through a compliance. Say if you are into engineering, manufacturing, what is that product you're going to manufacture, where you are going to set up, are you going to set up near a water body and pollute that, are you going to set up a textile industry and use chemicals, are you going to set up in a factory which is going to be near a agricultural produce area, are you going to set up a food processing sector enterprise? So all these involves a lot of compliances. So a person who's a green skilled worker not only has to know what is that product manufacture, what is the process involved and how they do it, but also needs to know the rules and regulations for setting up certain enterprise. So the new latest trend is setting up of skilled workers on this sector, because more and more industries now, lot of enterprises are now disseminating from the metro areas to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So with an intention, government is also forcing us to set up enterprises in tier 2, tier 3 cities so that there is an employment generated in that local areas. So how are we going to generate employment for the people in that area, engage them properly with the skills, and also sustain those livelihoods. That is what we are trying to do. So the future jobs demands more knowledge on carbon footprinting, that is how much of emissions you are giving. What are the environmental laws? A skilled worker or an enterprise should know what are the environmental laws in that area. How you are going to sustain that enterprise in that area? Are you using any like diagnostic techniques like X-rays, and we are going to discard a lot of waste, which may be also a radiation emission. We are also going to involve in the maybe improving the climate or destroying the climate. Like when you are establishing solar, we are saying we are going to use solar energy. But what happens to the solar cell? After 3 years, there is a compulsion of changing the batteries, changing the solar panel. Where do they discard? How is the waste disposed? What are the processes involved? Which enterprises are doing in that local area? Can we look at that opportunity? Can we look at how many skilled people can get involved in that? So these are all things to be discussed today here. And how much of creativity is put into so that you can reduce the waste, you can utilize the resources available in a proper way, define all these and engage people so that everyone lives a decent living, a sustainable enterprise, as well as happiness around. Being a veterinary doctor, I am also worried about the agriculture sector and also the wildlife around. So recently I had gone to a place called as in the Bannerghatta Park, Biological Park. They have set up a center for rescue and rehabilitation of birds and wildlife. You will not believe how many kites we have destroyed, how many kites we have made them lame by flying kites. We are flying kites for joy. But how many of the birds their wings have been cut, their legs have been fractured, their eyes have been injured, and they have kites in that center, some 40 odd kites, all from Bangalore region only. They are not able to fly and forever they are lame, which we all don't know sitting in a metro city. So there are a lot of doctors, there are a lot of skilled workers involved in this research center also, who help to rehabilitate such animals and birds. There are people, youngsters, who have come out of the college and they've started rescuing animals because of their passion. So there are two things required for a skill. Like what Sadhana madam said, it's not enough if you become an engineer or do a diploma or you have a skill. You also have to have a passion to do that work. You should have an idea which is giving a solution for the challenge. So two things are required here. Idea that will match with the challenges which the public or the social, whether it is midnight, whether it is early morning, whether it is the whole of the day. Many of the corporates utilize Goping Taxi, and she has been engaging women drivers, helping them psychologically to improve their skills in driving, plus manage the clients. It is just not driver alone. It is not driving skill alone. The women drivers should also learn to defend herself if there is a crisis, manage if there is a crisis of the vehicle, manage the clients and help them, support them, try to understand what they need and reach them safely. And also they also need to interact in such a way they become role models for the society. So yesterday only we had launched this regional drivers training center for women in the state of Karnataka. It will be coming up in Bididi in Ramnagara district, where our Awake is planning to partner with Ministry of Road Transport and train 10,000 women drivers. So in this 10,000 women drivers, it is just not taxi drivers. We are looking at driving autos, driving two-wheelers, driving school buses, driving ambulances, driving small trucks, and also operating agriculture equipments. So these are all the skills required in the rural areas as well as engaged by the entire population. So our first congratulations to Madam Anuradha, and also I welcome her for this session. I think she will be sharing more experiences in her talk. I also would like to welcome Mr. Sashidhar, who is the skill advisor for she went through his profile, and I would like to welcome him on behalf of all of this FETRS and listen to him on how the skilling happens in that embedded systems and whatever experience he has, how we can sustain the sector, how skilled people can be engaged in different sectors and what they have to do to upskill, how we are going to take this forward. I welcome you, sir. And I am also proud to invite Josephine. Josephine is a new entrepreneur, and she had been making, because my passion is also agriculture. So when you say you are growing rice or you are growing corn, we are looking at only the end product of rice or corn, which is our staple food, what we eat. Into lunch boxes in canteens. Fantastic product she will be showcasing. I think she has brought some samples also for you all to see, which is using agriculture waste. And these products are in vogue today because it is biodegradable, it doesn't cause pollution like plastic. So this is the day where you're all from different states. So each state it has its own agricultural produce which is coming. We can upcycle those waste into usable products, not only for human beings. We can create a lot of toys, playthings. Nowadays homestays are all using these products in the rooms. The tourist industry is also growing with these kind of products. So there's a huge demand for these products, and we can innovate on this. We can upskill people. Even the farmers can be skilled up on this so that they get additional income. So these are all opportunities available. She will be telling about these products and how she's marketing, how she's engaging people to make these products, and it's a very good innovative product. Welcome you, Josephine. And it's our I would like the whole audience to interact more with them so that you get more doubts and more questions to be answered, so that you will be able to get engaged with the participants here, with the speakers here, and so that we will come at the end of the session, we'll come up with a summing of what we can do beyond this. That is what we are here for today. So welcome all of you, and over to, I'll first request Anuradha to give a small description about her work and how she engaged into this, so that we'll have a question answer session at the end after all three of them speak about their progress. Welcome you, Anuradha.
Thanks a lot. And I want to acknowledge each one who are all here. And I'm the founder of, I'll give my information about this one. So I'm the founder of GoPing Premium Cabs. It's a cab service for women by women drivers. This is the first organization we launched in Bangalore in 2015 after seeing Nirbhaya case and Pratibha Srikantamurthy case in 2006 and 2012. So when I started this project, I was thinking that I want to give this project to the government. Then finally I went to the government, but I did not get a sufficient support. So I thought I am the right person to start this organization in 2015. So I was thinking that when I starting this organization, easily I can get women drivers. But it's only an imagination and interpretation completely. So when I working with my team, there are three people. Another one is Kalyani Mohan and Sunila Suresh. We three started and brainstorming how the things going to happen and planned the things to come to Bangalore. So when we started this, we did not get any drivers. So initially we went to Abhay Ashram wherever that we can support underprivileged women. And we got some of the people that almost 150 to 200 people give a training for them. They came up with the 14 to 15 classes for each woman, and it was not sufficient. So we told them to give almost 36 to 50 practicals for each woman, because we are selecting underprivileged women. They are not thinking that they can drive the car, first thing, and the second thing, they are not able to manage anything. Once the training is complete, they cannot go and practice in the particular areas. So this is what the concern what we got. So finally we have created Unnati, one of the project to come for the training. That is almost 36 to 50 hours of practical training, 7 hours of simulator and 7 hours of practical training. So we started with this, and we came up with the first stage of cars, and finally our first customers are autism kids, where that parents will be very much comfortable to send their kids to the schools. So in the 2016 and 17, we supported corporate women and pregnant women and senior citizens. Finally, we thought that where is our destination? So we connected to the airport, but once we went to the airport, actually each stage is a challenges for us to complete everything, the criteria. So once we went to the airport, they did not believe us, and they told that it's not going to happen, ma'am. Kindly leave all the things, whatever that you are desired to do. So on that day, we think that this is what our destination to come, and we connected to Modi ji. I have wrote the letter to him to provide whatever the support is required in state government. And finally, it's a 6 months of overall time. Finally, we got the approval in 2018 December. Finally, we launched our GoPing premium cabs first time in India in January 2019, 7th. So this made a big this one. And today we have a 45 people of team, and we have served almost 2.5 lakh like women customers around the clock. And one side we are supporting underprivileged women, one side we are giving a safety for the women. Now in last 2 years we are working with the transgenders who willing to come, and we want to support them. So we are giving a training to them also, and some of the transgenders are also working with us with the certificates and everything. So they also have a very good feedback. And in this 2024, we came up with the GoPing app in June, and that is also wonderfully moving. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, FVTRS, to have invited me for this August gathering to share my experiences regarding skill development. Yeah, I would like to start with a small story or a small incident which happened to me way back in probably the similar month in 1988. I was just out as an engineer. I mean, so-called engineer, because we all know that the engineers come out with the certificate as engineering certificate, but having hardly any skills. And as anybody after engineering, they would start a first job as a service engineer or a marketing engineer. I started as a service engineer. And I was given a job to do a kind of preventive maintenance for the computers in different clients of ours. But being a person out of college just then, and with absolutely no skills, and I had at least idea of how to use the tools. So I went to a place, a client place, to do a preventive maintenance of his PC. Way back in 1988, a person having a PC would have been a very huge investment for him. And I, being a service engineer, I went and met him and then said, he asked me, why are you there? Why are you here? I said, I'm the engineer for servicing and for the preventive maintenance. So he was so happy that, okay, there is someone who's coming for preventive maintenance also. He said, please go ahead, do it. But when I took off my toolkit, which was just one screwdriver, it was a flat screwdriver, and the screw that was there on the enclosure was a star screw. And I was trying to open the screw, and he saw me and he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm trying to open the enclosure. He asked me, what tool are you using? There's a star screw and you're using a flat screwdriver. How can you do like this? Is this a skill you have? And I mean, the story just went, and then at that time and that day, I decided that without skills, none of the youngsters will be able to face the industry requirement. So that is the day I decided I quit the job from that particular company, joined as a trainer in one of the polytechnics with an idea that youth have to be not only taught with theoretical principles, but also should have hands-on experience. So my journey of training the youth in skill started way back in 1989. I worked with various institutions, starting from a simple private polytechnic to a kind of an ideal institution, NTTF, where students are really trained for the industry. And then I moved to different places, worked for the industry also. Again, in terms of training the engineers or the diploma holders as per the skills that are required for the industry, as per the competencies required. Then I moved on to GIZ, advised the Government of Karnataka to setting up Karnataka German Technical Training Institute. I was lucky enough to also work with Awake for about almost 1.5 years as an advisor from GIZ for innovation promotion. So I had a good experience with Awake, and in fact, being an engineer, first time I could see other professions, how other professions work, and especially women entrepreneurs. So then later, I was lucky enough to be part of the Odisha Skill Development Authority, where Odisha has developed a premier institution in skilling, and this is known as, probably you all know, World Skill Center, Bhubaneswar. And I was also involved in the skill development work among Odisha, I mean the Odisha ITIs and polytechnics, and in fact in the skill competition where Chairman Madam of KSDC mentioned the World Skill Competition. In one of the previous competition in the month of, the year 2019, India got first gold medal in in the World Skill Competition, and that student was from Odisha. So Odisha could invest, that is, there was an alignment of all the energies from the government, from the highest level to the grassroots level, to make a skill development a movement. And the way they could harness their whole energy in synchronicity to make it happen was fantastic. And today, if someone says Odisha stands first in skilling, is because of that. So that was one thing that I was involved. I was lucky enough and I was blessed enough to be involved in such kind of a movement in Odisha. Then I also came back to Karnataka, and since 2020 I've been working in Karnataka in the various capacities as an advisor for Karnataka Skill Development Corporation. I also advise GTTC. Then I also work for Schneider as an advisor for their skill development activities, because many industries, what I see is, they are interested in skilling people, making them competent, but they have a major focus on the industry. That is, see, 99% it is their production, that is their manufacturing and that. they know that they are not able to get a competent person to their industry for the highest productivity. But how can they get involved in the institution? Because the institution, the whole language, the whole scenario is absolutely different from the industry scenario. Only few institutions work in consonance with the industry, like GTTC or NTTF or KGTTF, but many of them are in their world, in their own world of education. So it is so difficult for the industry also to talk to institutions to make them understand that you will have to send students with a certain competency. So I, being part of the Schneider Electric as an advisor for skill development, we could do a bit of breakthrough. Again, in the Odisha and Uttarakhand and also in government of Karnataka, in few of the GTTC institutions, we could make certain changes in the academic programs of these institutions. So, but that requires a lot of effort and a lot of focus from the industry also. That is not that easy, because industry speaks a different language, institutions speaks a different language. So with all this experience, in fact, I still continue to be advisor of Schneider Electric independently. Now I have also started my own company called TechWork Finesse Consultancy Private Limited, which looks at the whole problem of TVET system and how do we develop a world-class TVET institution which can produce skilled, competent engineers, diploma holders, ITI, school leavers, anybody who's coming out. I believe at the age of 18 or 16, a person should have at least 1 or 2 skills in his repertoire, telling that, okay, in case today if I'm going to be totally an independent person, I have to live my life, I should have a skill. So that is with that kind of intention and focus, I've started my own consultancy and looking at various possibilities and various opportunities that come up in the TVET. Thank you very much.
Principal founder, actually he did a research on this for about 10 years using the crop waste. So sometimes it is very shocking as well. When I got into this field, it was also new to me on this as well. And using the crop waste, we have designed so many products. So where we can use in our daily lives, that is into our kitchen. So everyone, now we cannot use the glassware as well. It is easily breakable. So this kind of concept, what we got into the market, it's amazing product. You can have a look at it. I'll be displaying it in a while as well. And these are made out of using the rice husk, coffee and bamboo fiber, which in a long run it can go on towards making the earth friendly also. And these are the degradable products. We have done many products like planters, which is self-watering planters. Plastic, after over a period of time, it is not degradable. These products are degradable and we can use it in our daily life as well. So I request all the people, like we wanted to encourage mainly the women to come forward to use this and make use of the opportunity what we are getting into the market. Many of them are not getting awareness of these products, and sometimes they feel it is like a plastic. It is not the plastic, it is the mold what we have designed in such a way. It looks like a plastic, it looks like a ceramic, it looks like a like a Tupperware kind of a thing. So that is the market we have got into it, and the response what we are getting from the people also, it's a good initiative what we have done. And people in the industries are going towards this. They are changing most of their canteen items, like the plates what they are using also. They are replacing this with our product. So I request all of you to have a look at my product as well and get into the system of eco-friendly. Thank you.
Test.
I have some questions for Anuradha. See, you are engaging women. What are the age group of women who come as drivers, number one? And when women are not safe, that's what the metro cities say, they are also women who are drivers. How do you ensure the safety of them? Number two. Number three, how do you motivate more and more women to take up to driving?
The age that we are training 19 to 35, but in our organization 19 to 60 years women are working with us and they are well qualified. Actually, some of them will think that if we are qualified, how we can drive the vehicle. So 19 to 60 years, still if they are passionate about driving, from 40 to 60 they are driving with us. We have a well educated driving with us. We have a well educated drivers, like lawyers will drive in the night, and doctors are there, medical students who were lost in the COVID, their parents, they are also working with us. Music producers, they work in the morning and evening, they are working with us. And BSc Home Science, 55 years women is working, and doctor family women, she is 60, she is working in the night time. First thing. And the second thing is the safety. About the safety in our cars, GPS tracking, panic button, pepper spray will be there, and we have trained them in the self-defense. And all Hoysalas knows that women are working in the night time. Main thing, we provide the service in the night time, so all Hoysalas, police, commissioner, everyone knows that women are working, and they are also given their app for the safety. Happens, but bumper vehicle is driving, everyone will know that women are driving. So we have all support. Also, and third question is, this is the question. Got you. So we have tied up with some of the hospitals, if anything they are facing. So we have tied up with the Ramaya Hospital also. If they are facing anything, they can go and take a treatment. And they are working very well. Almost they log in by 7 o'clock and they'll exit by 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. So this is what the 8 hours to 12 hours they do the duties, and they are maintaining a health very well.
Levels of people. So how do you, on the industry side, what happens is they don't want to engage the fresher, because industry, like an entrepreneur, invest in raw materials, invest in time, invest in money, invest in market.
Since I worked in the training institution as well as in the industry, I understand the the activities that are being done in the industry and how it has the requirement that we require competent people, competent engineers and youngsters to operate their machines or work on their process, whatever it is. Even if it is, let's say, a marketing engineer, you should find that person to be day one that he is able to communicate, understand your product very well, and he is able to take it across to the customer. So in this a paradigm of where to make the youngsters to be ready from day one in the industry, I have been involved in various institutions. I'm lucky to say that I was involved in institutions which was following the Swiss method of training. So it is basically bring industry into the institute. Don't have the students to go to industry, bring industry to the institute. How do we do that? So try to do the training in such a way that they would definitely require certain basic principles to understand of any technology or any competency that is required, be it agriculture or simple driving or whatever the competency, any skill for that matter. It requires certain basic principles to be known, but that later he should start applying that knowledge before getting into the industry. That means once he goes to industries, probably the mistakes that he would do would be rather very few, but make all the mistakes, all the wrongdoings in the institution. That institution is where that he can practice the skill, and that is where the institution has, it is the goal of the institution to make him competent. How he can be made competent? Okay, understand what industry wants. So that is where the institutions have to work towards, whether it is a university or whether it is a single institution which is working for a competency building. So let the person who designs the curriculum should sit with the industry, not at the level of maybe MD or a director or someone. Let us say if I am developing a competency for let us say for example a facility management company, or for a welding company, or for a welder kind of a competency, you go sit with a supervisor there. The person who is actually having those youngsters working for him. A director of a company or a MD of a company will not be able to tell you much, because probably he has started with the idea of having a company, but probably he may not be competent enough to look at what skill is required at the final end of when he is doing a product. So that is where probably the universities or any skill institutions, whoever is drafting the curriculum should go sit with the industry person, where the person who is actually making the work done by the youngsters, he has to talk to them. He has to find out what skill that youngster should have. He may not be able to give you in a very formatted way, but definitely he will give you ideas or the essence of what skill is required. You come back, start writing down, okay, these are the different competencies that are required by the youngster when he goes for a particular job role. Then you go back to the curriculum, design your exercises, and again, the job that you do it in the industry would be at the final product level, but a student cannot be tried directly at the final product level. So what happens is it has to be divided into small pieces. So he starts from a simple work and then finally graduates into the final level of product development. So it takes a long time, but the thing is, the person who is designing this process of training has to sit with the industry technician or an industry supervisor, understand each and every competencies, bring it down to a training document, a training this thing, and he would also have to budget his training lab or a workshop, what kind of equipment he requires, what kind of a raw material, what kind of a consumable, what kind of an environment he has to have, what kind of a safety that he has to work with, what kind of industry standards he has to work. So we will have to inculcate all this into our curriculum design to make a student to be industry ready from day one. So that is what we did, especially when I was part of the NTTF or right now in GTTC or with World Skills Center. That's what we have tried to do it. Thank you.
Well, thank you to all the panelists and the moderator. We'll reconvene very soon, but please be seated there. Now it's a moment of pride and honor to invite our esteemed chief guest, Shri N.A. Aris, MLA Shantinagar constituency and Chairman, Bangalore Development Authority. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome Shri Sanitation and Public Facilities in Shantinagar, active in organizing community development programs, health camps and educational initiatives, supports projects aimed at enhancing the quality of life for residents such as clean water supply and urban development. We welcome you again, sir. Thank you for joining with us. I request you to please join us here and address the gathering.
Good morning. I'm sorry I was a little late. I think not little. I had some family function, some wedding, so I just attended that and came straight from there. That's also a skill development, managing all this, isn't it? So I was hearing whatever you were telling. I think human resources in our country, we have huge quantity, but skilled human resources is the need of the hour, and I think that will benefit the society at large. So my friends, FVTRS doing a wonderful job. They are making better opportunities for the coming generation, which is more important. Human resources, how it can be managed and how it can be used is more important. So if a human resources is given that skill and it is developed, converted into best possible ways, then what happens? The human resources, the same thing is more valuable. As it is, India is the biggest back office for the universe. And that is also because of this skill what we have today. And I think the organizations like this, we are in support with you, in line with you for whatever best can be done. The MC was talking about Bangalore Development Authority. Yes, of course, we are planning our best to do now. We are taking up the PRR road, peripheral ring road, and a lot of connectivity in the cities. It is all done for the interest of making Bangalore better. Yesterday I was in some program, some foreigners were here, so they were also just mentioning about traffic jam here in Bangalore, too much of traffic. I said there is traffic in Dubai also, there is traffic in London, but there the driver knows how to take the vehicle and go. He goes in a disciplined manner. Here we lack that discipline and we don't follow the rules. If we convert ourselves into following the rules, all of us follow the rules and we go in a disciplined way, I think we will also not have that issue of traffic in Bangalore city. Of course, the population and the vehicle population are very high in our city. But then we need to, that is where the skill and the development has to come into our life. I think these are the good things, whatever you are doing. I wish all the best to all our panelists sitting here and trying to give inputs to the skill development. Thank you all, and I thank the organizer for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you once again, sir, for joining us today and addressing the gathering. Now I request Shri N.A. Aris to hand over the awards. So on the first category we have Ma Annapurna. We proudly recognize Ma Annapurna Masale, a remarkable woman-led business from Samba Block, Jaipur district, Rajasthan, has a shining example of entrepreneurial excellence of the trained youth of FVTRS. We has the Go Pink Taxi, a woman-only taxi service based in Bangalore. It's for Miss Anuradha Uday Shankar. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Congratulations. It's a wonderful initiative. So we want a huge round of applause from each one of you. Go Goping taxi operating primarily from Kempegowda International Airport and has features like GPS tracking, panic buttons and pepper spray for enhanced safety and security. Thank you for bringing this in Namma Bengaluru. And congratulations once again. On the panelists we had Ms. Anuradha Uday Shankar, Goping Taxi, and we also had Ms. Josephine, Eco-Friendly Product Awake, Mr. Shashidhar Hiremata, the NCO of Tech VOC Finis Consultancy Private Limited, and as a moderator we had Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan, ex-president of Awake. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the 16th National Skill Conference. Can we give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again? Well, right now we'll be reconvening the Green Skills panel discussion. Over to Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan.
Thank you. So let's have a question for Josephine as to how she gets the raw material for doing all these, where all she's engaging people to do these products, how does she skill them up to make the products, to design the concept she wants, because I'm sure she's going to the rural areas where the agriculture crops are growing, how the waste is done. And I hope she's also engaging the rural women over there, and how she's engaging them and how she transfers her concept to them so that she gets the product what she wants.
Madam, first and foremost, the husk has been identified which we can be used using these products. We don't use anything which is not very highly this what is called washed material we don't use, but we use the right quantity of husk there. We do a research on that. There is a team where the research has been done to identify the quality of the husk itself. Then this goes into the process. Then we don't allow the farmers to waste those husks, because most of the time the husk has been burnt, and it goes for sometimes for the animal livestock also. They use certain quantities for the livestock, and then the remains of it goes for the research. Once that the research is being done, then we take it into the process. There are about 50 to 60 people are there where we get the husk from Coorg. Coorg is one of the places where we get most of the coffee husk. So it has been done there. Various part of the other India also we get the rice husk from Punjab, and bamboo fiber as well as we get it here only in Karnataka. So identifying these raw material, we use that. About 50 to 60 people are there who's engaged in the manufacturing unit, and we support the farmers. We tell them not to waste this and you keep it aside. That has become like, now it has become like a gold rate. The husk has become like gold. So we don't want it to why we don't want it to waste them is when they start burning this, the carbon print has been released, which is very, very harmful for us. So that's how we are using that husk, and we are giving opportunities to the farmers as well in this regard.
Please come, I'm on the stage, please come. Hello. Okay. Hello. So we have questions open for the audience now. Anybody wants to ask any of the three? You have some different points to discuss with them. Please go ahead. Questions? Yes. Any questions? Give the mic. Yes, please. Give the mic.
Hi, good afternoon all. My question is to Hi, good afternoon all. My question is to Ma'am Josephine. Like you are doing a great job. I'm from Delhi, and everyone knows on the news that how the pollution condition in Delhi. So it will be great if you can expand yourself towards north also, especially to Delhi, because this burning from Haryana, Punjab is.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Pratisha from AkzoNobel, a Dutch multinational, leading CSR, and glad to be with this team of FETRS, and congratulate all the team for a great effort of skilling India and making it a big thing for as India wants, along with this Skill India. My question is to the pink taxi, Anuradha. Yeah. So I know this is going big way, and you are having way of your journey. Is there a plan, or already you have a tie-up with the firms or corporates leading your taxi services for women in the industry? Because we have a lot in IT industry in Bangalore. So is there anything you've done on that or planning or?
Yeah, actually one or two corporates already we are doing already, and we are connecting to each people. So if anyone in your this one you can tell us, so we'll connect the main person and we'll do that. Actually we are doing that already.
Anybody else question? Yes sir. Anybody else question? Yes sir. Please give the mic to him. No?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
My name is Pratap, and I'm involved with various entrepreneurial ventures. I'm curious to know about, you said you started in 2015 and 2019 you launched your business in Bangalore, and haven't you considered scaling up? There's a requirement across other cities, other states as well, right?
Yes,
Is it your own limitation or your own ambition not being there outside of Bangalore, or are you looking at?
We are planning all metropolitan cities, sir. We are actually connecting Hyderabad and Chennai also, and next is Delhi and Bombay.
All right, yeah, thank you, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to also add here I would like to also add to Sir's question, because Avek has recently got the project. Yesterday only we were sanctioned the Ministry of Road Transport project on setting up of a regional driving center for women exclusively, and through this project we are planning to train in the next 3 years 10,000 women drivers. So it is just not driving around the city, dropping people, picking them up like corporate services also. We are also looking at people who women who will also get skilled in repair and services, help the tourist industry so that they will be also a connectivity and network with tourist maybe homestays, safer hotels. For there are a lot of women only travelers internationally coming into India also. So the whole of Karnataka we are planning to cater, prepare drivers, skill them in driving, skill them in auto repair and services. And also now, because she was telling about the app, yesterday also we had the IPS officer who is the traffic head, women IPS officer, who came and said that they have launched an app for the safety of women drivers as well as women driven cars. There are personal cars also people drive, and there is a huge requirement of women drivers, especially for the schools. So when we did a study in Mysore, there are some few women auto drivers there. Many of the school children, they don't want the rash driving of their buses, the schools. So they are engaging women drivers now for the small minibus or school vans. So there's a huge opportunity for women here. The third one is in the tourist sector, the local area guides. who engage like a tourist spot. So we try to skill them up not only with driving, little bit on the history of that place, little bit on what tourist spots they have to see and how the women tourists can go safely, see those places and come back, because they will be having an access to the local guide there, the local police stations, and all the systems will work around that. So that is what we are planning in a large way. So I think many of you who are all into skill training will be partner with Awake, and we welcome all of you to create more and more women drivers. As well, we welcome men drivers also, so that we have a healthy atmosphere around for the tourists, for the people who are working, who are employed in different places. Thank you. And you have any question to sir?
Thank you. So at the outset, it's been a very interesting discussion, and heartiest congratulations to all the panelists for the impact that you're creating. My question is for sir. So you mentioned the World Skills Center in Odisha. So there's a two-part question that I have. Point number one, what partnership models are implemented there? And the second part of my question is, in the skilling ecosystem, what kind of partnerships do you recommend to increase in impact or scale up? Is it like a consortium model or a collaborative model or incubation? So what do you suggest is the best roadmap for skilling organizations to scale up?
Yeah, thank you for the question. For the first question, the World Skills Center Bhubaneswar was a government of Odisha initiative, whereas there was a lot of involvement from the institutions, especially from Singapore, ITES, and a lot of other industries who are in India. So there was a kind of a knowledge partner in the form of Singapore's experience in service industry. So there were experts from there who could write or who had written the curriculum which is as per the requirement of the industry, but at the same time it was a focus on the Singapore industry. So this is where the industry from India came in, where the focus was shifted to India and the framework was retained from the Singapore side. So that was the collaboration that we saw, and it was all Government of Odisha's initiative with the help of ADB as a donor bank. In case of many of the institutions, what I see as a skilling institutions, there are some institutions which are coming up as an industry initiative. Again, certain industries are focusing on their own requirement of their own captive employment, but there are few industries which are also looking at training people for general requirement. I mean, the employability on the whole, doing a survey and trying to find out what employability is required in their region or in that particular state, and trying to build the initiative of skilling. What I would suggest in any of these model is that industry involvement at the grassroots level is very much required, but there should be also a team of designers from the institution who would definitely work with the industry, and there again defined with the particular area, whether it is facility management or whatever the area that they have. But the thing is, they'll have to go and sit with them and talk to them and design it. In case, let us say, if the industry is able to do the curriculum design on its own, like for example Schneider does it, with the help of consultants like us, the advisors like us, they have started developing the curriculums which are required for the particular job role. So the industry also can look at making the design document the strongest possible and relate it to exact requirement of the job role. So it is a kind of, I would not say that this model is good or that model is good, any model, but there should be a close interaction between the institution and the industry. Then only it happens, and it should be done at the grassroots level, not at the higher level. That's what I would say. Thank you very much.
Just with this question, we will close down because we have another session also to continue. Madam, please ask your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
your question is allowed.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್. ನನ್ನ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದು ಅನುರಾಧ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಅವರು ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಟ್ರೈನೀಸ್ನ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜಾಬ್ ನೀವು ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್?
ರೆಡಿ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು
ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್?
ನೀವು ಒಂದು 25 ಜನದ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಒಂದ್ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡಿ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
ಸೊ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಏಜಿಂದ ಯಾವ ಏಜ್ವರೆಗೂ ತೊಗೋಬೋದು?
ನೀವು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 19 to 35 ತನಕನೂ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ವಿಷನ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕಷ್ಟೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಡೆಡಿಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಅಂತಿರಬೇಕು.
ಓಕೆ, ಆ ಥರ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋ ಅಂಥವ್ರನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಲೇಡೀಸು ತುಂಬ ಬೇಕೇ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಈಗ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಔಟ್ಸ್ 10th ಅಥವಾ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಔಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನೀಡ್ ತುಂಬ ಇದೆ.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಯಾಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮದು RTO ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಲೈಕ್ 10th ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ವಿಮೆನ್ಸ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ 8th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ 7th ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋರ್ಗೂ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕಬಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಲೈಕ್ ನಾವು ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಸೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಬ್ಯಾಜಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು RTO ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಮೆನ್ ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಜಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದು 7500 kg ಇರೋ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ನ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಕಮರ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಜ್ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಕಾಮಿಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 1 year ತನಕ ನಾವು ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಎಗೇನ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅವ್ರು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೀವಿ. 7000 ಸೆಡಾನ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ನ ಅವ್ರು ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ವಿತೌಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಜ್.
ಓಕೆ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಮೇನ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಒಂದು 2 months 3 months ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೊಟ್ಟಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇನ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ಸೇ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ನೀಡ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
ಖಂಡಿತ.
ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಜಾಬ್ ಆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾನೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು 2015 ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಎರರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿನೇ ಈ ಸ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋದು. ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೆಡಾನ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಇದು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಪ್ರದೇಶದವರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ? ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಸಿಟಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಈಗ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ ಟ್ರೈನರ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಓನ್ಲಿ 1 ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ 1 ಮೆಂಬರ್. ಅದರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಅನ್ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಆಗೇನು. ಇನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಟ್ರೈನಿ ಒಬ್ಬಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಆಟೋ ಓಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಕೊಡೋದಾದರೆ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಆ ಭಾಗದಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕಡೆ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನೀವು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅಂತ ಅಪರ್ಚುನಿಟೀಸ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ಬೋದಾ ಅಂತ?
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿನ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ 100% ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ 25,000 to 40,000 ತನಕ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ನಾವು ಓನರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆಕೆನೇ ಸ್ವಂತ ಗಾಡಿಯನ್ನು ಓನ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆಕೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಕೆ ತನ್ನ ಗಾಡಿನೂ ತುಂಬ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಆಕೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಗಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ದುಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ. ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ವೈಸು ಆಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿನ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ತೀವಿ, 6 months. ಇಫ್ ಹರ್ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕು ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ಆಕೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಂತ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
Yes, related to that question only, ma'am. As we FETRS, we train more than 220 plus women trainees as a driving. As you said, they are the dropouts below 10th only, 7th, 8th, and illiterate also they are there. So there now we had in the Bangalore district we have made the agreement with the Gram Jilla Panchayat that they should be provide the job for the women in under the Gram Panchayat as a waste management driver. As she mentioned, in that also there are 2 drivers. So one who trained from FETRS, and again for the safe side they are training from the government, like from the root cities. So again there will be a clash between those 2 drivers. If in case they lost the job, because already they are existing, are you ready to? Because already they are existing, they are drivers, they are driving since last 2 years in the grassroots area.
If they lost the job, please contact Goping Premium Cabs. We are there to support them, sir.
Yes. So then immediately we'll contact and we'll refer you, ma'am.
Exactly, sir. You can give us a list and we'll call them personally and we'll see their skill test and everything. If they are perfect, we'll take them, sir.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
These kind of districts, ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸು, ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ಸ್ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿಲ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಯು ಟು ಫೈಂಡ್ find those places where they can be engaged, like railway station to the place, to the hotels. Just pick up, drop. ಇಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. Like she said, we are also trying to facilitate for ownership of car. That will be her enterprise.
Yes.
ಅವಳೇ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು we will create the app. Already police has also created an app. So safety, security ಎಲ್ಲ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ. ಆ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋದು ಬಿಡೋದು, ಆಟೋಸು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಸ್ಗೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಬ್ಸ್. ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಾವು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಂಟರ್ಪ್ರೆನ್ಯೂರ್ಶಿಪ್. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂಗೆ ಅವಳನ್ನ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಯು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಗಿವನ್ ದ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್, ಸೊ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಗಿವ್ ದ ಆ್ಯಡೆಡ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್.
ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ ಪಾಯಿಂಟಿಗೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟಾಗಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಲೆಟರ್ ಕರೆಸ್ಪಾಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಜ್ ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ ಮಹಿಳೆಗೆ 1 year ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಕು ಹಿರಿಯೂರು ತಾಲೂಕಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಸ್ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 25 ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಹೆವಿ ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಲೈಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ಜ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂತ್ ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 1st ಅವ್ರು ಡ್ರೈವಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ನಾವು ಲೋಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, ಬಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರೋ ಕೂಡ
ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಗೆ
ಬಿಡಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಿಡೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ನಮ್ದಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಟ್ಲ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸೊ ಮಧ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡೋದು ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದೇ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೇನೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್
ನಾವು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೆದರಿಸಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸಿರುವಾಗ ಅದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದಾಗ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಳು ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ಪ್ರೊಟೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ 220 ಮಹಿಳೆಯರು ಕೂಡ
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಿನ್ನೆನೂ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಯಾವ ಥರ ದೇ ಡಿಡ್ ಅ ಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಆನ್ ರೋಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ವಿಮೆನ್ ಆನ್ ದ ರೋಡ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೌ ದೇ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ದೆಮ್ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂತನೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಟು ಯುವರ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ ದೋಸ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಓಪನ್ಡ್ ಅಪ್ a lot of questions amongst you. Sir will be there, madam also will be there available for questions later. Lunch time allo illa tea time allo you can definitely ask them. You can send us a mail, send us an also questions. We will definitely find answers for your questions. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ನ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಇನ್ನು. ಸೊ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. Thank you very much.
For a great panel discussion. Can we give a huge round of applause for the moderator, Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan, wonderfully moderated by you, and to all our panelists, Ms. Anuradha Uday Shankar, Gopin Taxi. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? And we also had Mr. Shashidhar Hiremata, the CEO of Tech VOC Finis Consultancy Private Limited, Ms. Josephine, Eco-Friendly Product Awake. Once again, give a huge round of applause for all the panelists and the moderator on the stage. Thank you very much for joining us on the stage.
Products are there for you to see. You can approach her. She's brought her products to show you all.
Now I request Ms. Divyana Nayagi ji to introduce the trained youth.
Good afternoon. It's a time to announce an award to a 21-year-old Sabati Chalki from a remote village, Niyanar from Chhattisgarh. She was a poor girl. She overcome the financial hardship and the challenges of supporting her family of 11 members despite dropping out from her studies due to the financial constraints. She pursued a general duty assistant GDA training course with a determination. Her hard work paid off. She secured a job in Bangalore. She is working in Bangalore where she is earning 17,000 rupees per month as a caretaker with CSK Healthcare Service. Shabati dedication has not only transformed her own life but also brought a financial stability to her family. Her story exemplifies resilience and the impact of the skill development, making a deserving candidate for this recognition. Shabati, आइए आपका अवार्ड लेके जाइए.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Rajeshwari Ranganathan, for joining us on. In the panelists, we have Mr. George Das, CEO of Manappuram Foundation. Can we have him on the stage, please? I see the energy low already. Can we all clap together? Mr. George Dedas is an accomplished leader in social engineering, known for his exceptional ability to optimize processes and enhance productivity. With a strong track record of conducting thorough analysis and implementing efficient strategies, he consistently delivers cost-effective results while maintaining the highest quality standards, and holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Mathematics from Christ College. He has completed Executive Development Program in Strategic Management. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him as well? Coming up next, we have our second panelist, Mr. Padmanabhan Babu, fondly known as Paddy. Can we have him on the stage, please? Founder and CEO of Logilink India Private Limited. With over 2 decades of global supply chain experience and academic credentials from Madras University, Warwick University, Paddy brings unmatched expertise. He founded Lexship in 2012 and created an integrated supply chain ecosystem that is enabled through technology, calling it integrated digital logistics. Paddy's vision has revolutionized cross-border trade, enabling MSMEs to scale globally with cutting-edge technology and real-time tracking and seamless compliance, simplifying international shipping. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him? Next we have Dr. Nageshwara Rao Nandipati, Technical Advisor of KSDA. Can we give a huge round of applause for him, everybody, ladies and gentlemen? With 38 years of experience, including 30 in the oil industry and 6 in the skill development, he is a seasoned leader, has former CEO of SDI Bhubaneswar. He established a world-class skill academy training 4,000 plus youth. Currently, he advised DSEU, driving impactful initiatives in skill development, branding and sustainable growth. Presently working as technical advisor to Karnataka Skill Development Authority, KSDA. The role is to assist the KSDA in meeting the objectives and functions for policy matters. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him as well? Our next panelist is Miss Deepika Shetty, an entrepreneur, an experienced sales and marketing professional with a rich background across industries. Holds an executive MBA from the University of Leeds, UK, full-time MBA from FMS Delhi University. She is the founder of Best Day Ever, a bespoke event design and planning company based in Bangalore, operating across India since 2017. Deepika ensures each event reflects a blend of contemporary style and local culture. Best Day Ever brings dreams to life with personalized and memorable experiences. Thank you for joining us. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome Ms. Deepika Shetty, an entrepreneur. With that, we have one final panelist, Dr. Shalini Saxena, CEO of PES. As she is not there for the panel discussion, we will be starting the second panel discussion that is related to essentials for skill intervention, strategies, approaches, growth and change. I request the moderator, Mr. Navin Jacob Matthew, to start the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Naveen Matthew, and I would be moderating this panel discussion on essentials for skilling for the changing workforce. I know we have 45 minutes to lunch. It's a difficult period for all the panelists here and for you before lunch, keeping you all occupied. But I'm sure this panel will help you understand what are the great challenges that are there in the current times for skilling the workforce in the current scenario. With me on the panelists are distinguished panelists from government, industry, entrepreneurs and foundations and not-for-profit foundations, and they will enlighten all of you with their views and thoughts on how skilling will change in the coming times. Let me introduce the panel. I have Ms. Deepika Shetty, an entrepreneur. On my left, I have Mr. George Das, CEO of Manappuram Foundation. On my left too, and on my right, I have Dr. Nageshwar Rao from KSDA and Mr. Padmanabhan Babu on my right, who is a CEO of Logilink. So, may I request the panelists to give a small brief of themselves before we start? Maybe I'll start with the ladies first.
I can use this. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, I'm Deepika. I don't know how much I can introduce myself with so many dignitaries and people with so much of experience sitting beside me. I'm an architect by education and profession. I moved industries and I have about 10 years of experience in the event industry now. My company, Best Day Ever, was founded in the year 2017. We do events in the social field, and I have expertise of doing events in an eco-conscious and minimalistic manner. So I've made a name in Bangalore and in India doing this, and I am so honored to have been invited today to impart whatever information that I could share and to learn as much as I can from all of you here who are excelling in everything that you're doing, and to unlearn on the things that maybe I've learned over the years, and to learn much more, or to correct what I have learned or have been heard or I've learned from other sources. But from all of you here today, I am looking forward to learn much more. Thank you for having me here today.
I'm George Divas, MC of Manappuram Foundation. This is CSR body of Manappuram Finance, situated in the coastal belt of Kerala, Valapad. And we are working with a vision to create a healthy, educated and happy community. And our chairman, Sri Nantakumar, he started the foundation 2009, way before CSR became mandatory, to uplift the poor in the area, and now we are spreading our services all over India, but mainly in Kerala. We have educational institutions to giving the fishermen community the best education possible with all the technological advancement. Then we have Civils Academy, CA Academy, entrance coaching, all the academies. Then skilling, as part of skilling we have this auto body repairing, mechanized auto body repairing, and nursing duty assistant, logistics, beautician, fashion technology. All these we are holding, and we are giving 100% placement for these institutions. And we are giving for education sector, we are giving 50% discount for the BPL families to uplift them. And in the health sector, we have major diagnostic centers. We are giving very low rates there, and we are giving free medicine worth 25,000 every day for the BPL families. So on, then we are taking up projects like electrical wheelchairs. We gave last year we got the ET Economic Times Award for our one thing we did is 100 electrical wheelchairs. That's all. I'm cutting short. So we are in the field of CSR, and our budget for the year is 50 crores. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you, and very good morning to all of you, and thank you FETRS for inviting me, and my co-panel fellow panelists. Thank you. Basically, I see much has been already mentioned about me. I don't want to talk about it. Basically, I have an experience of almost 7 to 8 years in skill ecosystem. So now presently I am working with Karnataka Skill Development Authority with respect to skill policy, think tank, research, and developing guidelines, and establishing various initiatives. So that's my brief introduction, and we will speak more as we move forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm Padmanabhan. I just wanted to follow what Mr. Rao mentioned. Right, there's been a brief description about us. I think the key thing that sort of really matters is the place of business where we are in. We work with people, with 60% of them are MSMEs, right? And out of that 60%, 50% of them are nearly 30 to 40%, around 50% of them are women, and they are all exporting, right? So it's not about creating jobs in India alone. It is about creating products. It's creating differentiated products that we can export out of India. So the potential is immense, and I'm happy to share whatever I have learned, and then I'm happy to learn from the fellow panelists here. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
So building a sustainable future in skilling and unlocking the opportunities for growth in industry and in the society is a very important task that is there in front of all of us. And today, with the advent of technology and the changing business scenarios, it is becoming very difficult to actually plan and actually create skill development that the market requires. And we have certain questions that we will explore with a distinguished panelists, which will help you understand how there is a changing skilling requirement that is coming up, and unless we address it now, we are not having the deficient, we'll be having deficient skills and skilling technologies in the future. So to start off with, I think the first question is primarily what are the systematic or systemic requirements and changes that become essential for skilling. Maybe I'll start with the government, because they set the policy, the direction, and how I think the industry and society needs to follow. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Rao, and he will guide us on that.
Yeah, thank you. See, let us understand who are the target group. The biggest thing is let us understand who are the stakeholders. Starting with the candidate, an unemployed youth. He says that, especially like a state like Karnataka, there is no unemployment. Let me tell you. Actually, there is only a gap of aspirational gap. People are not getting the jobs that they desire or they want or they are passionate about. Second thing is industries. Industries wants already trained people. See, they don't want to spend money on the people who are coming there, give orientation and spend 1 year with them. They want to train manpower to be available with them. That is the biggest. Then coming to institutions, for example, any academic institution, skill institution, what is there? They are in the business. Unfortunately, they are not geared up actual requirement of the industry. We are actually living in a VUCA world, that is volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. Nothing is very clear. Actually, there is a borderline of understanding from each and every person. When it comes to the government wants to help as much as possible industry, all the stakeholders in the system. So that is the reason that when we are framing a policy or when we are framing a guidelines and all, we do conduct workshop, we do actually reach out to all the stakeholders to get their inputs. That is how these final policy guidelines are drawn. The challenges starting with, I'll just name few because it will be a lot of them will be there, starting with course curriculum. That is actually matching the actual requirement of the course curriculum. And the second is the skill set, skill gaps. Even though course curriculum you have designed, there is the NSQF framework. I do not know how many people are National Skill Qualification Framework. Very beautifully designed framework. It's a beautiful document. Everyone must read it. And it provides guidelines in terms of actually on 4 parameters. That is skill, acquisition and knowledge and the outcomes that are desired. So based on that, actually they have created each and every job role, especially more than 7,000 job roles have been defined. In that it is clearly mentioned that what is even task oriented, it has gone up to the low level of task. How a task can be defined. A job role may be having many tasks. How a job role can be performed. So that framework has been designed that industries, unfortunately, are not aware of it. Many industries are not aware. They are not geared up. They have not seen it or read through it properly. If they read it, they can point out what are the skill gaps that are happening. So that is one aspect. That is awareness. That is about lack of awareness. The biggest challenge is the biggest problem now is the challenge is awareness, lack of awareness about skilling initiative, skill gap requirement, industry-wise skill gap, because a lot of studies have been done. There is plethora of research studies which we are having that each and every sector, what are the skill gaps that are available. And we are working towards that, but unfortunately the meeting point is not happening. The data is not there, who are the job providers and the job seekers. There is no meeting point as on date. Even though there are plethora of platforms that are available, but the synergy is missing. Like starting with SIT portal of Government of India, then we have Skill Connect in Karnataka. So there has to be, and even industries, they are not, industry has to come onto this platform. Job seekers have to come onto this platform. So this is one of the biggest challenge. I think as we move forward, we'll talk about more challenges with this.
Let's hear the industry point of view. Paddy, can you enumerate how, I mean, though we say that we have a great framework in place, why is it that industry is not able to, I mean, follow the policies or collaborate in terms of using the policies in the right way?
Thanks, Naveen. I do concur with Dr. Rao about the VUCA world. Right, there is no difference of opinion on that. But I'm surprised being in the industry for the last 12 years here, having set up a business. This is the first time that I'm hearing about a policy like that. Right, so it doesn't mean that there is a gap on the government side. It could be a gap that is lacking on our side as well. So the question is, how do we bring it to the forum? How do we get industries to understand that there is a policy like that, and what is being covered in that policy? That's the first piece. So there can be one step forward from the industry, and then there can be one step forward from the government also to sort of educate people as to what is available and stuff like that. The second thing is, in whatever business that we do, we follow the EFQM model, where the things are measured on 3 parameters, which is directions, execution and results, right? So why it becomes very, very important is when you have a skill framework put up, for what kind of jobs are those skill frameworks put up? What is the requirement in the market? When you have a VUCA world, what happens is the requirement changes in the market as well, right? You know, every 3 years is a generation, right? If I go talk to my team members who are like say probably 15 years younger than me, they are digital enablers, right? I am a digital novice, right? You know, when I talk to someone who is like 2 years younger than me, he's a digital native, right? So the skill set required also varies by generation. So are we sort of upping our framework to sort of capture this? How are we keeping ourselves in tandem, in relation with the changing needs in the market is a question that has to be addressed together. And it's not for the government alone to fix it. It is a private-public partnership for it to be fixed is my humble opinion. I'll let the other panel members share their views on that as well. Yeah, I mean, this is okay. This is okay. I think this is okay.
As everybody told, it is, there is a gap between the education and skilling. In our education system, we are teaching students, but no skilling is given. So when an engineering student goes to a job, he don't know anything directly. As last session, Siddharth said, when he went to his first job, he's using a screwdriver which is not suitable for that function. So that is happening everywhere. So we should train, industrial training must be a part of our education. So then only students will get the actual field experience and they will be employable. Making students employable is the ultimate thing we have to be taken care of. And the latest technologies we should implement, introduce, because in most of the colleges, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, all that latest systems must be introduced. Then our children will avail. There must be a international standard for certification. Then now we have NSDC certification for India and all, but an international standard certification comes, they are employed, they will become employable all over the world. I think that change we have to bring in. Thank you.
Deepika, your views?
So my opinion would be a little away from the technical information. But if I had to speak about this topic from my industry or what I've been doing, then I think it's not just the technical knowledge or moving with time or as you're advancing with time. It's also about when you're giving training, like how George Sir just mentioned, in the rural areas or any belt, right? When you're considering, maybe let me just consider after having graduated and for what I've been doing, if I'm connecting with juniors or younger generation or people who work with me as well, what I notice is that not everybody wants to work in the technical field as well, right? Not everybody is interested in doing engineering anymore. I remember when I was moving into what did I want to study? Okay, I have a more creative side to me. I was a little more art oriented, but I did not want to do the same regular things that other people did. And I termed it as that it was the regular thing that everybody wanted to do, that they wanted to either become doctors or engineers. But there are a lot of students, a lot of people who have skill sets, and skill is divided into two things. Okay, when you say skill, there's something that is talent, that's also skill. But another, which is you're honing those skills. The second being, is it a skill that somebody can learn? Can they, adapt to something that you're teaching? But if there's no interest at all in a certain training field, how much ever you set up an institute and you're trying to teach someone, and if it's just the need of the hour that they need to learn something to kind of, get through a year, get through financial aid and all of that, that's not the passion that's running them, right? So I think that's a divide. If we can, give training towards all the other things. So people who work with us that I have noticed are people who may have studied commerce, they've studied BCom, BBA and all of that, but they want to work in the event industry. Why is that? And they want to continue, even if the pay grade may be low, and if you worked in a company, let's...
Fundamental question. See, we are talking about so many certification courses that are there. We have our BE courses, we have our master's courses. See, the biggest challenge that I think I've been from industry, Paddy has been from industry, what we see is that, you see, the course curriculum, okay, is not tailored for what the industry requires or any sector requires. So how can we ensure that the sector specific skills are also put as part of the curriculum and communicated? See, today we have so many committees that are formed, they get into creating policies, but unfortunately it doesn't.
The government or whether it is private, nobody is able to address that issue. See, you have to, unless if somebody is hungry, there is a burning desire for him to learn, then only all these policies, all these interventions and even the people, they can come forward and help them. And if that is not there, even today's youth actually, let me tell you, sorry to say, rather than spending on mobile, the resources actually, they are very fortunate to be born in this era. See, when we were born, we do not have electricity, we do not have mobiles, we do not have TVs, we do not have transport. For example, even for example, going to the school, we had to travel for daily 10 kilometers. See, today everything is served on your table. But even then, see, if any resources that OER, open educational resources, whether YouTube or you go to MIT or you go to even higher education to the lower education, from textbooks to even the teaching material is made available from on mobile to even TV and everywhere. So it is about actually counseling. The fundamental issue is actually about creating a counseling at the school level, at the primary level, and giving them exposure to the industry also. For example, today industry is saying that we are not getting the right candidate. That is actually, you are not creating interest. You don't adopt any school, college, you don't allow anybody to come and see your institute in your industry. Most of the industries are ashamed to even invite people because they don't maintain proper hygiene, there is no 5S concept, that housekeeping is not proper, and they feel that it is a disturbance for them. And some good industries, some big industries are also not even, they are all aspects, they are wonderful. Strategic level, they are doing great job at multinational level, but unfortunately they feel that any people coming to their, especially apprenticeships or on-the-job training, or even school students coming and taking a round of it, they feel an interference. Actually, that has to change. The industry has to come forward and adopt and bring the children, starting from school children. They should be exposed. They should be at least once in a month, one school should be allowed to come and see their industry, see themselves what's happening in that industry. So that awareness comes, that passion gets created, because I believe that each and every individual has talent. Some talent or the other. Actually, in some area or the other. Only thing is we need to encourage it with proper counseling and career counseling. That is the first point. Actually, and also what has happened is in our society, in the last few decades, we have not recognized the talent. For example, compared to the other countries in US and Europe and other places, a plumber, for example, plumber is the most necessary skill that everybody should have. Without plumber, if your toilet flush is not working, you know how much pain we suffer. Actually, we have to call so many people urgently, please come, this thing. If second bathroom is also now broke down, what will happen? So this is that is the skill they are carrying. For example, even electrical. These are the basic skills. I am not talking about something like a bigger skills which are a lot more, starting with some of our panelists are talking about AI and even new technologies of genomics is coming, then autonomous vehicles are coming. See, we are like, we were talking about VUCA world. All these, whether you like it or not, all these going to come. These technologies are going to come and nobody can prevent it. So how do we get that skilling to happen is nothing but creating more and more awareness and industry coming forward, sharing their requirement, and like even government, they like their CSR requirement. Job roles, they must create what is the job role. They must see that with NSQF aligned, is there any job role? If job role is not there, create that job role. We are here actually to help the people, but unless they come and put their requirements, then only that things can happen. And one more thing is industry. The biggest problem in India is actually even though we have industry associations who are trying to do as much as possible, that involvement, actually what happens is in Germany, for example, you take Germany, the professors are involved in the operation of the industries. So they help them. Suppose there is an issue, there is a trouble that comes, they also provide guidance and help in that. But unfortunately, our system today, we don't have that expertise to actually, unless the industry goes forward and interacts and provide an opportunity for them to study, then give some suggestions, then only it can happen. For that purpose, actually, we are suggesting several suggestions in our policy. One is, for example, skill universities. We are trying to establish skill universities totally different from that of normal, regular academic universities, which are more practical in nature. And we also want the industries to introduce adult apprenticeships. I hope you understand that now we are taking freshers as apprenticeship. When we introduce adult apprenticeship, what happens is adult apprenticeship, there is a cross knowledge sharing. Not only from other industries, from academic, like professor may like to go and do internship for 1 year in an industry. So wherein that they also study the whole system, they also get hands-on experience, and they are able to suggest also in future even for some other industry. That is one. And there are several, like Skill Olympics is one. Actually, we are now we are going to have Skill Olympics, Karnataka Skill Olympics. Like national, I am sure that all of you are aware that from 2009 we are participating in World Skills competition. That where actually around 70 skills today. Earlier it used to be around 35 skills. Now it has reached up to 72 skills. Yes, 72 skills. So now where the talent is recognized, in Karnataka we are going to launch Skill Olympics, where a talent person, whether whatever may be the skill, whatever may be his age, he can compete. If he meets the requisite requirements and he is able to perform well, he will be recognized. So that is why first thing is talent recognition and this industry coming forward. These are, I think I will be taking too much time if I talk more. So
Thank you, Dr. Rao. So can I ask Deepika and Paddy to throw some light? See, the technology is changing. As you rightly said, gone are the days when only engineers and doctors were required. Today, all skills are having a good place in the economy and are doing well. How do you build changes in your strategy that the training institutes or skilling would require to ensure
academic in nature, right? So when I started my career, someone came and told me, knowing that tomato is a fruit is knowledge, not using it in your fruit salad is skill, right? So you can have a knowledge, you can know that this is what it is, but knowing what to do with that knowledge, right? Is it going to give you your livelihood? Is it going to help you build your career? Is it going to, in Tamil they used to say, Pasi vandal pattum parandu pogum. In the sense, if your skill is a method or a means to earn livelihood, right? There are two things that are important, right? One is, like what Ms. Deepika said, you have a passion for it, right? When you have a passion for it, you develop the skill, you figure out a way for it to pay for you, right? The other one is, you have a passion for, I might be a very skilled musician. Can I replace Arijit Singh today? Probably not, right? I have chosen something here. I can sing in my bathroom. If the flush is working or not working, don't give a I can still sing in the bathroom. But the point is that from a skill point of view, what is the skill that I can deploy and earn livelihood? That's a very, very important thing that we need to figure out, right? Now, using that as a concept, taking it back to the school, the question is, right, the school, we got to go to the school from a curriculum building point of view. How do we sort of engage the kids? Say, I go to a child who is, exposed to YouTube and he knows he doesn't need a teacher. I'm sorry, there are so many teachers here. I see so many kids who come and work. I move parcels to 220 countries. Come and have a look at my facility. Kids will come for a jolly, right? But for them, the thing is, you got to go and tell them how is it going to impact them, right? So it's a matching of the local capability that we have in a particular geography, trying to create that as an employment opportunity, like what Ms. Anuradha was talking, right? You got people, you can train people. Ms. Rajeshwari was talking about the same thing, right? You can train drivers, right? You can, but does that result in employment? After 7 months of driving, can I make them an entrepreneur, right? So you're talking about a mission. Right, the mission has an entry point and mission has an exit point. Right, the mission is I get people in with certain qualification, I train them, I have identified that they can do that. There's a fabulous thing that I heard today, right? Training, skill developing people to be guides. So you're talking about from a local area taking it global, right? And in the process creating employment, right? I'd been to Hampi for a holiday. I'm sorry, I'm taking a little of time, Naveen. I went to Hampi some weeks ago. The local people from there were explaining about that place. Who can explain that better to me than the person who's been there, right? So identifying that ability, training them on that ability is going to create livelihood rather than saying you become a plumber, you become an electrician. Because you have kept them close to the root, you have taught them, you have exposed them to your culture, right? You've created an employment opportunity out of that. So the skill set that you need to develop there is the ability to converse in multiple languages, right? Because what's going to happen is there is a language skill you need to develop. There is a presentation skill that you need to develop. There is an etiquette skill that you need to develop. Because when foreigners come in, they might want to pay you $20, $30, $40, $50 per hour, right? But then they are expecting the way you dress, the way you present, the way you sort of take pride in your history, right? That is going to give them earning. So I think what I'm trying to sort of allude to in the end is identifying opportunities, training people about what they are passionate about, and then converting that into a revenue earning opportunity is a holistic approach or a 360-degree approach to skill, right? Until and unless we do that, we keep pushing papers, there will be certificates, right? Again, in Tamil they say, "Ettu Swaraka, Kari Kodavadu." Means, you have a piece of, you can draw whatever in a piece of paper, you cannot cook with it, right? To cook, you need real vegetable. And the real vegetable is like what Mr. Mr. John, right? He mentioned people from the industry, should be in the educational institution. People from the educational institution should be on the field. And how are we going to get this, right? Like what Dr. Rao said in the European world, people do go out to the industry. You have to spend 6 months in the industry. You have to learn. It is an important. Kids nowadays don't want to do that, right? How do we bring that in your educational curriculum? How do you incorporate in your education policy? How is the government open and aware of what is the kind of job opportunities that are arising? And then incorporating that in your education policy is a very, very important step, is what I feel. Sorry, I took a little bit of a long time.
I'll just elaborate one point here. See, we have to understand the skills can be differentiated into several skills. One is life skills, generic skills, then core and platform skills, and survival skills. See, when we are talking about skills alone, here we are talking about more of employable skills. The reason is actually, let us not get confused, because especially when we are coming to the forums like this, when we generally interact with this, what is that core subject of skilling today is about providing an employment. And employment now actually, if a person is even good at life skills, for example, he knows minimum communication skills, critical thinking, problem solving, and he is able to actually mathematical reasoning, basic mathematics if he knows. A lot of industries say that even if that is sufficient for me, actually he is not getting the people with those skills. So let us understand that what is the skills requirement also. For example, staffing agencies. Indian Federation of ISF, the Staffing Federation of India, ISFI, they are saying that if we don't want any core skills, see, because each and every platform or each and every industry is different in terms of its operation. But we want people who are willing to learn and who have the communication, because they have to work with the teams, they have to communicate, and they should know the language skills. and problem solving skills. These are the 4 things. If they are there, that they are willing to engage them. They say that lakhs of jobs are now available, ready, and they are willing to help. Yeah, with this. Thank you.
I think a lot of points that I wanted to speak about, Padmanabhan sir has spoken about it. And then sir added to the point about having other skills which are like adding to the point where from your schooling or your grassroots levels where what kind of skills are being honed, and I'm talking about in the sense of what can generate employment later, apart from that being just a education or a vocational training which gives you a degree, and that degree gives you an employment, there should be practice as well. So I talk about this from experience of having studied a course which is 5 years. You study architecture for 5 years, mandatorily a year where you are supposed to do an internship, where people now want to wade through saying, okay, can I do an internship, something that interests me, but just bring that signature and training where you say, okay, this person has finished that training. I think that gap should be broken. If you can actually ensure that the person has been trained, that's when you're sending out a person who is good for that skill out into the society. But this may be in a larger scale talking about someone who can afford this. But let's talk about, I'm going to talk about the industry where I work, and this year alone, the whole world has seen what India can show to the world with a family, with a company. Everybody knows the Ambani family, right? So the Ambani family did a wedding. This is 6,000 crores into the economy of India. How much of, so a lot of people spoke about it. It was there a month, 3 months, everybody's feeding on this content in paper, phones and videos and everything. People are like, they're throwing money around. It's so lavish, and somebody who wants to live a more simpler life would be like, this is just not okay. But on the other side of it, you also see crores of people got employment because of it. Your economy ran because of it for a certain reason. So that way in my industry, I see that not just the person who is skilled or who has an educational degree. I think over the 10 years, the people who have come to work for my company, I would say we do have a lot of people who are trained as architects, interior designers, etc., who work for us, because that's something which is very important for us. But apart from that, I've had people who may have 12 years, maybe older than me, who asked me if I could start with an internship for them where they've worked with Accenture, they've worked with Genpact, and they say, I think this is a calling and I've worked in the corporates for so long, can I come to do this? So it's opportunity also which is important, where somebody's okay. At certain times probably they don't have the skill to run or work in my industry, where am I okay to teach them this and to see if they will be okay to work at that level too. So that's one of it. But the second being, a lot of people even without education of being a 10th standard graduate or a 12th standard graduate can work in the multiple stratas of the event industry as well. Like when I was listening to Anuradha ma'am speak about the women in there. So we have so many, but in that one wedding, in a very small setting itself, there are about at least 25 to 30 different vendors, different branches that we kind of handle. So in that there are levels where somebody's trained. The training came over years where they learned this on ground, and then there is skill-based education that's come with it. So I think first is the identification where, okay, yes, you can train these people, or this can be another opportunity that we can offer. I think that gap, if bridged, everybody could also get, job opportunities.
It's a skill. So that actually pure skill that matters. And also one thing I liked what she mentioned is actually people at the middle age wants to come and work. That's what we are talking about, the adult apprenticeship. If somebody is really passionate about something, you should be actually have an opportunity to go into that industry and work with them. That's great actually. Somebody.
So I think we've heard a lot of thoughts on it. One important thing that comes from all your discussion is the collaboration part between various stakeholders. See, I think the basic filling the crossword here is how do we make the collaboration work? And I think to make the collaboration work, it is very important that the various foundations that work in skilling are able to understand that, how collaboration between government, the public and the private industries would help. See, I think the question is to George. So, see, George, as a not-for-profit organization, and you are looking at skilling, what do you think are your challenges that you think in terms of skilling in the current times?
Actually, government should influence all NGO, the CSR bodies to invest in skilling. Where challenges we found that after skilling, when they are employed, dropouts are huge. After 2-3 months, they won't be accepting to work. No. So what we started we started mentoring. And during the course itself, we'll give yoga training and personality development courses, things like that. And even after we post them or give them employment, for the next 6 months, our mentors will be in constant touch with them. And if they found out some problems are there, they will interfere and intervene and see that that is solved. There may be ego issues or small issues which prompt them to leave that organization. So we'll help them and motivate them to stick on to that work. And one more thing, we have to see that entrepreneurship must be developed. What we are making that they have to be self-employed. More than giving employment, after some training, taking experience, we are motivating them and supporting them to build their own organizations, small organizations. They can give job to 2 or 3 people. Such way we are supporting them. So major thing we require is that we have to give training and we have to get employ them. And in the meantime, those of talent only can do that. Otherwise, they can go for a job and continue as an employee. Those who have talent and inspiration and aspiration can be brought out, and we can give them support. Manappuram is doing that, giving the support. And actually, we are finding out such people from the community, and we are taking them. One incident, what we found, self-employed, just give an example. One boy was a painter. He fell down at the age of 21, and 13 years he was on the bed. He even can't lay upside down only he can, because all his vein nerves are aching, so he can't stand. And laying there, he's working something on that, lights and all. So when we heard about this, we went there and met him. And even my chairman came to his house, and he told me that, George, we should see what can be done to bring him back. And whatever costs involved, we can do that. And we took him to our Trivandrum, to a best neurologist, orthopedician, and they prescribed the medicine. 1 year we gave physiotherapy and counseling, because he is totally down. And now we have he whatever he's making, that we are supposed, now he can walk. And
I think we need to wind up. Last question that I had. See, how do we make our workforce sustainable? Okay, we are talking of imparting skills, but how is it that we make them sustainable? So I'll give 3 minutes to each panelist and get their opinion on that.
Actually, I think that's a wonderful question. How do we make a workforce sustainable? So the biggest problem is, what is that? Actually, a good workforce, a good motivated, skilled workforce can contribute to the organization growth in a great way. So what is that? He has to see, considering this, the technology, pace of technology is changing at a rapid pace.
the way he is skilled on the job at one time is not going to be sufficient. There has to be a lifelong learning for him. There has to be periodic upskilling, reskilling, and even unlearning. The biggest problem what is happening is after certain age, people don't want to learn themselves. Actually, they feel ashamed or they feel shy, and because unless they come out of it, and we have to encourage at organization level that each and every person, each and every employee is updated. Every year at least some few training, because they have to, unless considerable investment is done, there cannot be a sustainable skilled workforce in an organization, because there is an attrition. The biggest problem what happens, people, you had mentioned that they join an organization, leave within 3 months. Why do they leave? You tell me. There are 4 factors for this. One is the salary. If you don't give even the base salary which he cannot sustain himself, just giving 10,000, 12,000 in a city like Bangalore, and I heard many cases, people, I have met a lot of such employees who are getting just 50,000, 16,000. He says that he has to pay 10,000 only for his rent and survival. So how he is going to see? He is bound to leave. What passion you can create? For a beggar, he is surviving. His biggest problem is survival. A food for the next morsel for him. So you can't create passion in that. So that is when you are skilling or taking an employee, you have to ensure a basic requirement, basic hygiene factors are met in terms of safety, security. We can teach all other morals and values. So you follow this topic, somebody was telling about this. When we can speak to them, when they feel safe and secure in all respects. So for that, actually organizations should at least build in a system starting with they are actually paid decent salary, they culturally adaptable, there is no alienation in the organization, and they are respected for the skills, and there is a lifelong learning in that organization. It should be built in the culture itself. There has to be a lifelong learning every 3 years. In addition to that, I was talking about even at the senior level also, people should go on adult apprenticeship pass, even cross-platform learning, go to the other organization. Because what happens is in the same organization, you see the same thing, you focus every day. Actually, you have seen that, I don't know, quality management system. We lack in India this quality management system. Actually, each organization must promote this quality management system. When you go to the organization, some organization, when you go, they are not aware there are so many defects are coming. What is the reason why the defects are coming? Because that lack of focus. Because he is seeing every day the same thing. He says that I am doing the best. But when a third person goes and says that, sir, you are doing all these practices are wrong, at least you introduce some quality management system, then that helps. So that is why this cannot be. This employees' lifelong learning is the most important factor.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rao. I sort of concur with that. When they say learning is for life, it is not that no learning is for life. It means lifelong you have to learn, right? That's the way you look at it. And I sort of concur with that. From a gap analysis point of view, you as an organization, as an individual, we always need to recalibrate ourselves. See, where is it? What is happening? Where can I go? What should I do? Right? Otherwise, businesses recalibrate, governments recalibrate, countries recalibrate. So it is important that as individuals, we also recalibrate ourselves consistently. And the reason why I'm a strong believer of this, saying that as human beings, what sort of differentiates us is we are able to be aware of where we are and what we are doing, right? Otherwise, the basic need is only food. Roti, kapada or makan is an animal instinct. The ability to think and figure out where I need to know, what is the gap, how should I prepare, intellect follow him. So it's important to know what you know and what you don't know, and try and constantly keep building on the gap and working. And I think it's a very good thing that FETRS has done. And I think, for me, I did not know that something like this existed, right? So when I was called, when Naveen called me for a panel discussion, I was really interested to see what was happening. I'm happy to be part of any of the initiatives, be part of your think tank if it is there, to sort of give an industry insight into what needs to be done, what kind of skill set needs to be created. I'm happy to open up my organization for people to come in and learn, right? So that we can create some livelihood. We are not a large organization, we are not a Reliance, right? So, but small things, big things start small, right? So from that perspective, I'm happy to open up my organization, take part in this journey and contribute to this. Thanks a lot, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And one point I just wanted to add, even though it is, see, if he is talking about people who are awake now. If you are, see, people who are awake but pretend to be sleepy, so you can never awake them. That is.
Can we take 2 questions? Or we are crossed the time? Okay, since I think everyone is hungry and we are we don't want to be the showstoppers for the lunch. Thank you all. We had an extremely distinguished panel, and thanks for all your inputs, and thank you. We can take questions during lunch.
Thank you for such a great panel discussion. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? I request Ms. Audrey D'Souza, board member of FETRS, to please join us on the stage to give away the memento. On the moderator, we had Mr. Naveen Jacob Matthew. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together, for wonderfully moderating the entire panel discussion? And the panelist, can we give a huge round of applause? That is Mr. Naveen Jacob Matthew, ex-VP and Global Head, Sustainability and Procurement. And next we have Mr. George Das, CEO of Manappuram Foundation. Can we give a huge round of applause? We have Mr. Padmanabhan Babu, fondly known as Paddy, founder and CEO of Flagship. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Dr. Nageshwara Rao Nandipati, technical advisor of KSDA. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? On the panelists, we also had Ms. Deepika Shetty, an entrepreneur from Bangalore. This one is for you. Thank you for being one of our panelists. Thank you to all the panelists and the moderator once again. A quick photograph. To all the panelists and moderator once again, I request Ms. Audrey D'Souza to please stay us on the stage. And now I request Ms. Divyana to please join us on the stage and introduce the trained youth. And right after this, we'll be breaking for the lunch. Check.
A 20-year-old girl called Mehak, she's from Bastar district of Chhattisgarh, turned her dream of becoming a nurse into a reality. Despite her financial challenges, living with her grandparents and supporting her 3 siblings, Mehak could not afford advanced nurse courses, but hoped through the FETRS 4-month general nursing assistant program. Under the guidance of Ms. Pushpa Nagish, she gained a valuable healthcare skills and secured a job with CSK Health Home Care Service in Bangalore, earning 17,000 rupees per month. Mehak income now supports her brother's education and her grandparents' well-being. Grateful for her life-changing opportunity, Mehak remains committed to further her studies to fulfill her nursing aspiration, making her a deserving candidate for this recognition. We congratulate you, Mehak.
Thank you, Ms. Audrey, for giving away the awards. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together, for Ms. Audrey? Okay, right now we will be breaking for the lunch. It's time for you to relax and network. I request everybody to be back at this hall at 2 p.m. The lunch is right behind this door. The lunch is right behind this door. It's right behind. And thank you everybody once again. And thank you everybody once again. We'll see you all at 2 p.m.
No, I know about that. Tell them know about it. Yeah, exactly. And people used to look after that, when they speak and then they see, oh.
6.
Well, can the FETRS team check if everybody is back? Quickly.
Switching it off. Okay. Hello. Yeah. Hello.
I hope everybody is back. So, a quick announcement about the travel bill. Please make sure you submit it to Miss Nirmala, the travel bill. Coming up next, we have the panel discussion, the third panel discussion, final panel discussion that is about skills for changing world of work, digital transformation, multi-skills, remote work, and a lot more. Our moderator is Dr. Kiran Gajnur, Professor, Central University of Karnataka. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him? Dr. Kiran M. Gajnur, Assistant Professor in the Department of Public Administration at the Central University of Karnataka, holds a PhD in Political Science from Kuvempu University, a UGC Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Postdoctoral Fellow 2015 to 2018. He has authored 2 books and numerous articles in national and international journals. He has served as a nodal officer for IQAC and ranking initiatives at CUK since 2020, with teaching experience spanning over 4 years. He previously worked at Bangalore City University and Kuvempu University. Dr. Kiran has presented research at various conferences and visited the London School of Economics. A lot more. Thank you, sir, for being a part of our. Thank you, sir, for being a part of our panel discussion. We also have Dr. Ramay John, Professor and Department of Psychology, Central University of Karnataka. Can we also have him on the stage? Professor Ramay John, a distinguished academic, heads the Department of Psychology at the Central University of Karnataka since 2011. And we also have the panelist, Mr. Ashok Pamidi, former CEO of NASCOM. Can we have him on the stage, please? A purpose-driven leader with 40 years of cross-functional experience in IT, social impact and diversity, has had leadership roles at NASCOM Foundation, IBM, HP and a lot more. As CEO of NASCOM Foundation, he pioneered initiatives like Tech for Good and Women Wizards Rule Tech, impacting thousands globally. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome all the panelists and the moderator. Over to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank FETRS to inviting me to be a moderator of this session. And I also thank FETRS for bringing academia and practitioner together into one panel of such like this. Because me and Romet come from a university, and other panelists, they are from the field. So we are also very curious to know and how we can, take up this particular session. The session, which was, titled "Skill for Changing World of the Work: Digital Transformation, Multi-Skilling, Remote Work, and etc." When I was told to moderate this particular session, one particular statement came into my mind, which was given by Zizek. He said, "We feel free because we lack the very language of articulate our unfreedom." We feel free because we lack the very language of articulate our unfreedom. I think the 21st century, the way that digital word is coming up, which may help us to find that particular language which we need to, transform the society. I hope the entire effort what we are doing, we are actually strengthening our democracy. Skilling is nothing but skilling is strengthening our democracy, or socializing our democracy. I believe digital transformation not merely helping connect the people, digital transformation is also helping to strengthen our democratic institutions today. So keeping this outset, I request all my panelists can express their perspective using 5 to 7 minutes. So after that, we'll take up some questions. Then we may conclude with few more questions, which I already shared with you people. Thank you very much. I would like to call Ms. Sakira Bhakar, Head CRS Bosch Limited, Bosch India Foundation, to express her perspective on the topic.
Thank you. I think when we look at this topic of skill development and try to look at what the ways we are trying to reach out to skill development, maybe I'll give you a perspective of how I started the journey 20 years back, how it was that time and how it is today, because it's very important to know where we are and where we have reached in the last 20 plus years. Of course, COVID gave it a push, which normally we wouldn't have got had we had no COVID, given an experience to us, which was of course not something which was appreciated or which went down well across the globe. When I joined the social sector, that time skill development was not one of the top priorities. It was not seen as something where we have to engage socially with us. Obviously, in pockets, the things were happening. Vocational training was being addressed and looked at, providing employment opportunities for youth. But I don't think skill development was so much high on the agenda than it was. It started happening 2014 onwards with Skill India Mission. Everybody started talking about it. Everybody started looking at every simple way of working, whether it's education, environment, healthcare, to have a component of skilling into it, because everything required that. We looked at the non-profit sector, where you realize that filling and going and meeting the purpose is something that is mainly required, but it also needed certain skills. You need to have the skills of perseverance and patience to be a part of that, and you also need to be the skills to go and meet the community on the ground. As simple as that, if you couldn't understand at that time, then realizing the huge demographic dividend that we have as youth in the country, what are we going to do with that and how are we going to deal with that? Skilling started with classroom skilling, and then gradually graduated to experiential skilling, and now we are looking at digital mode of skilling. Now the purpose is very simple. Purpose is that we have a huge audience to cater to, we have a huge audience to reach out to, and what are the methods that we can work on. Digital use and technology use is something that is going to help us scale, replicate, and make sure that we are in every corner of the country. Everything we cannot, in skilling space we cannot get employment to every corner of country, that is a given. We have employers in set pockets, and we have employment linked jobs in those pockets only. What happens to tribal areas, what happens to rural areas, what happens to the areas that don't have opportunities of a 9 to 5 job? Do we work on entrepreneurship models? In the past several years, we have been looking at digital tool to maybe able to scale up and reach out to those communities
whom we have not been able to work on earlier. Even be more inclusive. I'm not saying digital tool has been only for people, able-bodied people. We have been able to reach out to people with disabilities. We have been able to reach out to communities like LGBTQ. And we have been able to look out skilling from the perspective of school education also, where you have seen that while classroom learning is important, but digitalization and technology usage is extremely helpful. No wonder we had the national education policy being revised. No wonder we have been talking about skill development at that policy level itself. So for me, it's an extremely important part to look at it as a person who is working in the skill development space, that while we are with the right intent going out and trying to reach the youth of our country by giving them right skills like vocation training, making them employable, but are we using the right modes and methods to reach out to them? So we have to have combination of modes. We have to have combination of in-person trainings. We have to have a combination of technology usage. We have to have a combination of digital usage, and making sure the students at the last mile are able to do that. Fortunately, with the telecom sector increasing tremendously in the country, we will see a mobile phone, a smartphone in a village, in a tribal location as well. So that is how the digital reach is possible. That's how we are able to reach out to the communities at the last mile. Especially in the social sector, when we look at it, I believe that we have a long way to go when we are really trying to reach to each and every youth of the country. Obviously, it's a challenge for everyone. No one is of the same, capability. So we have to spend that much of time. So for me, it's very clear that as an organization, when we work on, we have to make sure that we are working on multifold areas, which looks at in-person skilling as well as utilization of digital and technology, digital mode and technological interventions as well.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I would like to call Ms. Suman Yadav, Operational Executive, Apollo Hospitals, to share her views.
Thank you FVTRS for this opportunity. As I come from healthcare background, so whatever perspective I'll be sharing, it will be from healthcare front only. So I heads recruitment and operation for Global Workforce Development, an initiative by Apollo Group. So in last 14 plus years, what I have seen is that there is a huge gap between demand and supply. In my previous assignment, I have closely worked with NSDC. Bosch was one of, Kaleem is here, Bosch was one of the partner from where we hired lot of candidates. So in entire my journey, I have onboarded 26,000 geriatric caretakers, and somewhere around 10,000 nurses, many physiotherapists and all. So one question which I ask from everyone is that, out of the 26,000 which I onboarded, how many of them are currently working? And those who are not working, where are they? So they have taken skilling from one or the other institutes and all. Is there any track on them? Because we have invested a lot of money on training them, infrastructure and many other things. That is one. Second, the global workforce development, which I'm part of and heading that is for domestic markets, there is a huge requirement for nursing. Nurses are in huge demand. So as a society, as a skilling institutes, what are we doing about it? Right? And there is not only the huge demand in our country, there is a huge demand outside the country. So when we talk about the employment, we have a lot of employment available. There is a huge demand for emergency medical technicians. There is a huge demand for this child caretakers. As everyone is moving towards the technology, only the nuclear families are left, not only in India, outside the country as well. So we are skilling into a lot of technical this thing, but are we leaving healthcare behind? I might be wrong, but what all courses we are running in healthcare? What about nursing?
how we can meet, how demand and supply can be matched in this. So into many forums I talk about this. I go fast moving culture over there. So there is one more need of a training over there that comes the soft skills or getting adjust to the environment. Not only Delhi, if I get someone from get someone to Bangalore also or Chennai also, so much of rush in the buses, boys are pushing us, or so much of rush in the buses, boys are pushing us, or the girls are very extra smart, so we get scared and all that. When they know that they have nothing, not even 2 times meal in Odisha, the place where they belong, still they are ready to go back because psychologically they were not counseled, right? So same ways, as a part of global workforce development, when we send nurses outside the country, we give them lot of training. We have a fine age program at our Apollo group, where we train lot of nurses on the language. If I as a patient go to the hospital, I will have a different expectation setting compared to when I go as an HR professional. So the nurses are to be trained. The nurses or any paramedic staff should be trained technically. That is one aspect. The other one is the soft skills. If both the aspects are taken care parallelly in a balanced manner, then only they become a successful employee or the healthcare professional. So I think that's what I want to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suman Yadav. The society is changing, and now, as our title suggests, the changing world is also changing the atmosphere of work. So, how do you look this scenario or this phenomena?
Hello, am I audible? Yes. Hello, yeah, I think it's okay now. Yeah, yes. Yeah, at the outset, the FETRS team, thank you for having me over. It's a wonderful event. I hadn't heard of FETRS until 3 days ago, and it's a fabulous occasion to be here, and kudos for this program that you have mounted over the years and having such a forum on a topic which is very, very pertinent, because it gets lost in the midst of so many other things operationally that all of us are busy with, and discussing this topic is very, very pertinent, and kudos to you all for this, and pleasure to be here. And this topic I would like to give my perspective from a technology angle, from a human angle, from a philosophy angle. I'll start with philosophy first. We talk about change, kitna change ho raha hai, or do we be scared about it? So one way I've been telling my team when I've been working, I've been an entrepreneur running an organization, is let's not take ourselves too seriously. I mean, one, as an organization; two, as extrapolating that as humankind. Humans did not take themselves so seriously. The team will ask, what do you mean? Said, we are just one species, one among the millions of species on this planet Earth. अगर कुछ होना है species तो भगवान देख लेगा कि whether we will survive or not. Okay, so we ourselves will create problems for ourselves. That's another aspect of it. Till the time reinvent ourselves, like in say cricket, you've reached your mark 50, you've scored your 50, you've scored your 100, but a good batsman will take fresh guard at the wicket. My innings not over after I scored my 100. I've got to take care of my team at large. वैसे ही here too, just the fact that something has happened doesn't mean that you will continue to do well. We collectively have to do well as an organization. You individually have to do well. You've got to keep reskilling, upskilling, because you might be a product manager, you might be a salesperson, you might be a marketing person, you might be a coder, developer, a program manager, you might be a CXO or even a CEO. But even as an organization itself, an organization, whether it survives or not, depends upon how it's going to be coping up in the larger scheme of things in its own context, or the market itself changing. So in that larger context of philosophizing about it, then when the people realize, no big deal, I've got to keep doing this, the only thing constant about life is change. Unless we kind of keep reinventing ourselves, there are going to be various reasons why we lose our job, we lose our homes, we lose our whatever. All of us are very close to it. We've been associated in some way, either directly or indirectly. I'm talking of, say, what I've been involved myself is with the segment of persons with disability, the PWD category. It's the largest minority in India and arguably in the world. anything between 8 to 10% of a city, of a state, of a country, say India. As large as anything between 12 to 20 crore Indians are persons with disability. Which means you could be visually impaired, you could be hearing impaired, you could be intellectual disability, you could be born with it, you could get it over time. I have an accident tomorrow while going out of this place and I could become a spinal cord injury individual, and then I'm supposed to be invalid for working in society. So that segment is also important that we need to be addressing. From a upskilling, reskilling perspective, about 100 years ago, I would have been deemed a person with disability because of my what is called the glasses which I've got today. So somebody about 100 years ago realized that glasses, there is a commercial value in it. Until then, a person with myopia, hypermetropia, astigmatism, अगर दिखेगा नहीं तो नौकरी नहीं होगी, कैसे काम कर सकता है? But somebody saw the commercial value कि I can make glasses. Those glasses can be of commercial value. There's so much of potential across the world that I can make a business out of it. So it's not only of charity and empathy. Of course, as humans, we need to have sympathy and accessibility for persons with disability is a fundamental right. So what is the implication of that? If the Supreme Court has mandated it's a fundamental right, now suddenly organizations, individuals, all of us have got to wake up and say, hello, is my brand ready to take on the requirement of this person with who, if he or she is blind, is coming into my restaurant or is coming into my showroom? Can he or she is coming into my restaurant or is coming into my showroom? Can he or she buy my product? लेकिन लॉ एक है, एक्ट एक है, but finally the implementers are we folks on the ground, organizations, individuals, society at large. So those laws, then now the Supreme Court has also said, so now it's for us. All that it requires is for one individual to file a case and now against a brand or against society that this footpath is not accessible for me, this bus is not accessible to me, this hotel, I can't walk up the staircase because I am a person with a challenge. So these aspects would need to be kept in mind as we go along, because that's what the world is going to be moving towards. Yes, I can go along, but we'll discuss as we go along, yeah?
Thank you, Mr. Pratap ji. Actually, we are into a governance debate now. Now the role of government is to simply create an environment for civil society and market to perform. So that's how we are discussing the role, simply like that. I thought, what a way to waste money. One day I asked the director of that institution, why you are keeping this lift where we have only 10 steps? And why you are checking in every week? Then he said, Kiran, today we don't have any special able person in our employees. Maybe tomorrow he may come. Once he come, he shouldn't feel that I am not reached to the first floor. So I think that vision was already, what you expressed, that already taken care by some of the institutions who were very, very, specially abled, friendly atmosphere. Thanks to bring those ideas. Now I would like to request Professor Romet John to share his perspectives.
After listening to Dr. Kiran's experience in using or seeing the lift, in my university there is a lift in the admin block. Only students, young students are using the lift. Okay, all other senior professors, they walk. So here it comes your attitude, behavior. The outcome of our study stressed on three aspects: behavioral aspect, knowledge aspect, and skill. And most of the time we'll be talking about the skill aspects. And we say knowledge, already we know. But we miss out an important part, behavioral aspect, that attitude. That's the reason maybe youngsters are using the lift more. So I would like to connect my experience is different from all of your experience, because you are working the grassroots in the reality. and my experience is in a government sector, how it works and functions. One of my colleagues, he had been to China for a research program, for 2 months program. There he was sitting in front of a professor, senior professor, must be above 60. He all of a sudden told, you had to wait here for some time. I got a call, there is a parcel for me. We have a clerk, we have a technical assistant, we have a peon, we have a sweeper, we have a scavenger, and we have any technical problems or anything, pull the wire, we have somebody. Correct? So we have a very comfortable life. So we do not know how to manage if something goes wrong with the printer, computer, or Wi-Fi or anything. This is an example. Behavioral aspects are also very important, and we need to be prepared to adopt to such situations in our workplace in the country. The skill development is not only meant for youngsters, it is also meant for the elders with the behavioral aspects. Other example, I had to visit the WHO Southeast Asian region head office in Delhi. I went there, I didn't find anybody in the corridor anywhere. I went to the director of the Southeast Asian region. He only prepared some coffee for me. He offered me, he brought tissue paper, he served biscuit, everything. Then I wanted to connect my mobile to transfer the file. So he connected with the password and he printed, he signed, he put the seal, he put it in the envelope and handed over to me. He's a director of an office. We cannot imagine if you go to such an typical Indian system, we will have hundreds of people standing around for this kind of work. So behavioral aspects are also important, and at the same time now Government of India is reducing the number of such people in the office. We may get a multitasking person. He has to do the job of a clerk, he has to do the job of arranging the furniture, he has to prepare the tea, he has to get the water, he has to lock the room, everything a single person has to do. We cannot have a lavish life. So behavioral aspect, we have to also be prepared to change our behavioral aspects, and the training program also must include behavioral aspect. This study was conducted on more than 3,200 plus population, where we had gathered data from the people who are the prospective employers. They are going to give employment for the youth. We had more than 1,000 samples. Then we had drawn also samples from the people who are in the street. They are looking for the job. We wanted to know what kind of skills they want to learn to get a job they are looking forward. We could gather some data from them. Again, more than 1,000 population, we could collect the data who are already in service working in different place. So what kind of job they are looking, what kind of skill they want to learn, where they are lacking the skill, where they have to upgrade it, that also we have collected from the three angle. Then the fourth angle, we interviewed the people who are the stakeholders like teachers, trainers, NGOs, representatives, local important people. And keeping all the data across, we analyzed the data and we found more interesting information that we are emphasizing on skill, definitely that is right, but we need to give more importance to behavioral aspects and also knowledge aspects. When these three things are clubbed, combined together, then only maybe probably you will be able to make a very high impact in the future in terms of skill training, etc. And as Mr. Jimmy told in the morning, the entire report is 550 pages. Maybe if you, probably they are going to upload the document, probably if you go through, we will be also able to find out what kind of people they are looking. Correct, we are training the people. What kind of body, what to say that the dressing, appearance, the height, skin complexion, the knowledge, the language proficiency. There are many interesting things which we could find through during our research that one. So all such things if you put together, it will throw light on the future trainers, skill developers, what we need to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Romet John, for bringing the highlights of our research. And I also welcome Dr. Lakshmi. She joined us. She is also one of the important, part of our research, what Romet is trying to, explain. So thank you, sir. Now I'd like to call Ashok Pamedi, former CEO, NASSCOM, to share his view. Keeping the remote work attitude is, coming up more now, right? Hybrid mode we are moving. So keeping that, how do you see what kind of skilling approach that we should employ in this time? Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you FETRS for giving this opportunity. After hearing all the eminent panelists, my co-panelists out here, I would say that very enlightening, all of you, the kind of work which you have been doing. Just to give you an idea, the overall philosophy of what NASSCOM and NASSCOM Foundation has been is that they have always used technology as a leveler. Okay, they don't believe that technology should be the hands of, for example, only the educated or only the elitist or only men. So that is a basic philosophy how NASSCOM Foundation was basically commenced, and one of the major area was digital literacy. Later on, of course, the National Digital Literacy Mission started, and that's where we started getting involved, and we were looking at first is the city slums, tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities. And when I looked at the impact, I don't know, it could be in lakhs and lakhs, because we were getting support from many CSR funders. But what is very interesting, majority of our beneficiaries, so to speak, were actually women. And so when I took over NASSCOM Foundation, 90% of the program we switched over to women and disability. And that's where I used to work with Enable India. And we ensured that our focus is completely women, and the entire activity of skilling was done in two fronts. One, the belief that technology is a leveler, and with all the advent of new technologies coming in like cloud computing and AI and big data and all the stuff, it will be at the hands of women also, and disability, because we focused heavily on assistive technology and accessibility as a major focus area. That's where I started the Tech for Good. And the whole approach is we should make everybody and accessible or opportunity given to them on livelihood or jobs per se. So we saw a major success. And one success was, I'll just tell you, on digital literacy mission, it was not meant for livelihood. It was basically trying to help the government so that the government schemes are actually passed on to the beneficiaries directly. Example, a widow pension scheme, or it could be the farmer's pension scheme. But we were surprised to see when we started looking at the outcome and we started doing impact assessments, we saw that many women actually were getting jobs. Okay, the reason is they learnt about digital, the various technologies, number one, and it was only just 20-25 hours of program, that's it. But we're giving a little bit of soft skills and technical skills. What I call it as professional skills, means the art of presentation, the art of, negotiation and so on. And it was taught in Hindi and English. Please bear in mind, it was not only English. It was taught in Hindi and English. And what was interesting is that they were getting jobs. And many of the self-help groups their outcomes started increasing. Okay. So that encouraged us to actually roll out more programs. And when we started rolling out programs, and thanks actually to COVID, frankly speaking, we suddenly saw that work from home has become the norm. Okay. And then we said, okay, if that is the case, we, of course, all our programs were on-premises model. On-premises means we were going and setting up in schools, colleges and community centers, which where we were actually running our centers, and largely the centers were run by women or persons with disability. That was we had made our internal rule that we should first give them the job and they should run the center. But when COVID happened, then we had to pivot it within, I think, 5 weeks we were able to pivot the entire programs to LMS, and including our programs on vocational skills, because we are working on ITI and only focusing on women. So what happened was, we suddenly saw that there is an opportunity, and suddenly we saw that women from very remote corner, like we had in Karnataka, I remember Kolar, Yadgir, and various other northeast states, lot of women started enrolling themselves. And as a foundation, obviously, we are open to all, right? And we gave chance to everybody. But to utter surprise, we found that they were also getting jobs. And they were getting jobs are not permanent jobs. Some of them were getting 4-hour jobs. Some of them were getting full-day jobs. Some of them were getting temporary jobs. But the jobs were available for a lot of women. Okay. So what it essentially means is that today, gone are the days where people have to come from tier 1 cities. Number one. Number two, that they have to be engineers. Okay. Because tech industry employs a lot of engineers, right? Number two is engineers. And number three, most important is irrespective of whether they are persons with disability or LGBTIQ or anything like that, technology is acting as a leveler. Okay, and this is what is making the gig workers, so to speak, because generally in India, when you think of gig, we only think of Zomato, Swiggy delivery boys or anything like that. Not necessary. It can even be IT professional as gig workers, because they may work for 6 months, 9 months, and they decide to move out. So that is what is interesting, and now I am supporting about 6 firms, and I thought I should share with you. One of them is called Job for Her Foundation. It's called Har Key, where the government of Karnataka is supporting us through a program called Har Shakti. And the entire program is only for women who are late starters and women who take a break. Unfortunately, in India, she mentioned that the minute a woman takes a break due to various reasons, it's not just childbirth, it could be due to elderly care or husband transfer or anything like that, they don't get a job. They don't get a job because technology obsolescence is so high, number one. Number two is also difficult because, we have aspects of demand supply, right? So many graduates are coming out. 1 million engineers are coming out every year, right? So we have that challenge. And so this particular program is helping in reskilling or upskilling those women who have taken a break, number one. Also late starters, because campus recruitment happens in big colleges or tier 1 cities or even in tier 2. They go to Mysore and such places and they recruit them. But many of them are not able to get good jobs. So we focus on late starters. Means who have completed 1 year, 2 years ago and not got a proper job. So we recruit them. And the whole approach is one, professional skills. Means skills so that they are able to understand a little bit of spoken English, written English, presentation skills, okay, teamwork, negotiation and so on. That's a professional skills. And the other one is the technical skills, which are the skills of the future, like AI, big data, cyber security and so on. And we had good success. We started last year. Now the second and third cohort has started. About 1,500 women are there. This is from Karnataka. 80% of the women are from tier 2, tier 3 cities. That was happened in the first cohort itself. The second, third is going on. I have not seen the data as to where all the mobilization has happened. So what essentially I would like to leave behind the thing is that today, coming to your question, sir, these women are going to get jobs in wherever they are taking. Means there will be jobs from Shimoga, there are there. People coming in from Kolar, they can get a job. People coming in from any other locations, they can definitely get a job. And today, the tech industries or even otherwise, they are quite, tech industry at least, they're quite flexible. They're also opening up remote working opportunities, number one. Startups are there everywhere. So it's just not for large firms, it's also for startups. So to answer to this, I think we are in a good period. Although if people don't get skilled, then I can use the word they will perish. Because the technology is moving so rapidly, I think one of the things they talked about Web 3.0, all these things are happening, right? Edge computing, Web 3.0, all these things are coming in. So whether you're working or not working, you have to skill and lifelong skilling. It's impossible for us to get that scale unless we have a collaborative approach. So that's what thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashok Comedy sir. I just want to take 10 minutes to take few questions. I think I start with Sakina Bhaka ma'am. In your talk, you just brought the NEP, new education policy and all the other things. Do you really think that the way that new education policy is come up and it trying to build a different kind of an ecosystem that will help us to face the challenges of today's skilling and vocational training programs?
Thank you. I think, yes, because when we are looking at skilling portfolio for the past 20 years, we also realize that why do we even reach a point when we have to actually start skilling the youth? Why don't we start at the school level itself? And I think it may not be a perfect policy, but it's a start somewhere where the government also feels the need to go back to the school level and see skilling starts at school. When we look at the skill development profile of the country, we see that we start skilling at the age of 18 and above. And at the age of 18, if a student doesn't have a clue that what I want to do in life, what is my career aspirations, and what is my interest areas, and where do I want to get trained for my future economic development. But that doesn't happen. National education policy has given us a leeway. It may not be something that we will say end-to-end solution, but it has given us a leeway. Can we go back to the school level and start looking at students at that institution itself where they are studying, they are into academic education, but they at the same time they are being tuned towards their future. If we are not able to do it for the students, then I think it's a grave injustice we are doing for them. We have been looking at teachers, and I think Bosch has been working on skilling since many years now, through CSR more than a decade now. But we realized that we have to go to the school, to the teachers, making sure that these teachers are trained, skilled, upskilled to the level that they are, besides academic education, they are also training the students and getting them ready for their future skills with the interest level intact. Not to say that, oh, you're good in this, you pursue this, you work on this field. You should know the child's mind beforehand. And that can only happen through experiential learning and teaching methods. I believe that if we miss the bus of reaching the students at the school level, we will be doing an injustice not only to the youth, but to those children who are going to be youths of tomorrow. So even the opportunities you see, the technological shift that is happening in the country, it right now you see it fast. It's going to be very fast in the coming years. So how do you make sure the student living in a village or a tribal location is able to get accommodated in that change? That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen till it's a part of every step at the education level. We are struggling at the quality of education in urban areas. Imagine the plight of education in rural areas. Forget about the tribal areas. So for us, it's extremely important to look at the teachers who are the resource for us, who have to be skilled to the level that they are able to train the students not only on academics but on the future as well.
Mrs. Suman Yadav, when you are talking about the health sector. I was always, I came from a village called Gajinoro, right? So there was a health care system was there, but there was no any infrastructure of preventive healthcare system, right? What kind of a skill opportunities are there in that particular area? I mean, according to your observation.
Sure. So preventive health checkups, everyone knows that, everyone, whenever they visit hospitals, so the doctor emphasizes that, every 6 months you should get your preventive health checkups. Prevention is better than cure. That's what everyone's approach. Yes, there are huge opportunities in that. So yesterday I was meeting one of the leading pulmonologists. So he was, mentioning that, Delhi, of course, the pollution is very high. I'm happy from last 4 days here in Bangalore to an extent. I have to go back tomorrow. But then he was mentioning that it's not only in Delhi, it is across country. Right? So he was emphasizing on the screening. So they are closely working with this traffic police because they are more vulnerable. There's construction site workers and all that. So all these people will visit to the doctor if they have any issues, right? But who is going to handle that screening part? So there this preventive health opportunities comes in. So we need a lot of physician assistant because that does not need a very wide range of technical skills that they need to be a doctor or a nurse who have studied for 4 years or 5 years. I can be a physician assistant. I should have a basic knowledge. I should have studied say biology till 12th standard and I understand basic terminology and then I should be able to screen, okay, what is your height, weight, and should be able to take vitals. So the other day someone was saying, how come someone who is a 12th pass or dropout can take vitals? Nowadays everyone is having a BP apparatus at home to have that, and during COVID we all have become doctors also. No offense to any doctor please here, right? So what I'm trying to say that is that are basic things which can be taught into getting these kind of preventive health screening courses. right? Second is like, I'm adding on to it, that's like this mental health nursing that is huge in demand. I mean, as a global workforce development team, we have got a huge mandate to for the hiring of this mental health counselors, I mean say nursing. Then I'm sitting and finding the colleges who does these courses. So ideally the colleges should reach out to the organizations like Global Workforce Development to help them with the placement of these candidates, where all the requirement is that. Same with diabetic educators. There are a lot of, the diabetic, this thing is increasing in the country. So there are many other courses, opportunities like this. Yes, preventive health is one. Because nowadays if you go to a village sector also, they will say, where are you going? Nee, I thought I was not feeling little well. I thought मैं पूरा health checkup ही करा लेता हूँ. पूरी body का ही checkup करा लेता हूँ. Because it is very easy. You pay 1500, you get how many? 90 tests. So nowadays 1500 for
level of the organization. So skilling is not merely for the job aspirant, skilling is also required for the employer also. How do you look that?
I think such a gap may not be existing in private sector or international agencies funded organizations or business. But there is a big gap we find in the public sector. We discriminate the people, and even such things happens in a small department. We find that, okay, this job is not meant for that. I cannot do this one. Okay, correct, there is a level and degree. So now I think probably the new policies are coming up that one, reducing the, the appointment of skilled labor of a person. If I have to design or to plan or put a career path of a person, we need to look into 3-4 aspects. So number one is your aptitude, your innate ability. Some people have that ability to repair small things, electrical or to drawing, painting, cooking, all the things. So that's what or to drawing, painting, cooking, all the things. So that's what we call the aptitude, which is you need to have your personality must be also looked into that one. The last comes the interest. You need to have your personality must be also looked into that one. The last comes the interest. Correct. So now the next phase of the research, I would suggest that one, you need to have an aptitude test, so that based on the outcome of the test, then we may probably give a set of job which you can choose, and we can train you under that, rather than irrespective of looking at the individual differences, putting them everything together and putting them the training. Correct. This is the way we psychologists we look at it. Thank you.
So you're saying that skilling is not an imposition. Skilling need to be, correct. Thank you very much, my all fellow panelists. Now we are running out of the time. Now the floor is open for discussion. If anybody have any question to the panel members, so please raise your question and queries. There.
Good afternoon to all. I am Khalid. I am from Bosch, India Foundation and Placement Lead. I have a question to Suman Yadav. I have two questions, Suman Madam. One is, as you mentioned, like you are interacting with so many colleges, schools, universities, training partners. What are the two major challenges? Anyhow, you are hiring the candidate who is skilled enough. After hiring, what are the two challenges which you face after hiring the candidate? That is one question. Second question is, so you anyhow you are having decades of experience into this HR and dealing with the universities, everything. You keep some time in place of the training providers, the training centers. So what do you feel that still, which mechanism you feel that required, if you do this in the training center, it could be more better? Thank you.
Okay. This is the question, when I was in my previous assignment before joining Global Workforce Development, this was a core question which was being asked in every morning meeting to me as an HR professional. Why are candidates leaving, or why the employees resigning? So, working with also, like we worked with Bosch also and many other training partners. The two things which I feel should be kept in mind, which could be the reason for anyone to leave. So when we started this skilling program, what I know is from 2012-13 when I started. So these skilling centers started mobilizing candidates as per whatever the availability, what I feel, not as per what the candidate wants. Like for example, I used to hire nursing assistants. So there were a lot of candidates coming in, right? So when we used to go for the campus placements, and asked them, ma'am, mobilizer आया था. They said if you join this course for 3 months training, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, all that skilling programs. उन्होंने बोला था if you join 3 months, you will get guaranteed this thing, you will get this, that, and all that. So I enrolled myself in this program. Right. So has anyone done that psychometric assessment, whether they want to become a nursing assistant or not? Will they be able to see a patient with a wound, with a blood? Will they? So now though they enroll in the course and now tomorrow they are getting placed with a patient or they are placed in the hospital. As soon as they see a patient in a very dicey situation, they get scared. Right, and they leave. So first is that we should do the aspirational check, whether the candidate is interested in that kind of role or not. First. Second, when the aspiration check is done, second is the employer's responsibility comes in the picture. That when a candidate, majority time they are going to the metro cities, as I mentioned in my last statement also, that the employer should help them to get settled in a comfortable manner in that particular metro cities. So I remember there was a Udan project. So I hired a few candidates from Jammu. Fantastic candidate in terms of personality, communication skills and all that. And I got them to Delhi. Within a week, all of them ran away. They didn't even inform me that they're going. Right? So when I approached to the center and they saying, what happened to actually to them were, when they entered into metro, because they have never seen metro there. So metro ka doors kaise khul raha hai, half of them unka dupatta reh gaya, all that. So they got scared psychologically and they thought ki we will not be able to survive here, and without informing me or my HR, they all ran away. In the sense they went back to their place. So it means there I should, as an employer, I should have taken care of them. So then what we did is that, from that time, from that experience, we started assigning a buddy. The moment the candidate is landing in the city, from that time till the time next 15 days, one buddy was assigned to them. Whether they are entering into metro, bus, wherever they are going in restaurant for eating or in the market to buy something. So these are the two things. The employer should make them comfortable, and first was that the aspiration should check whether it is my interest level or not. So these two things. I hope I answered your question.
Ashokji, I have a question to you. My name is Jimmy. I'm from FPTRS. See, now if you look at the job sector in the country, because of the technological advancement, things are getting changed very fast. Some of the skills are becoming irrelevant. The people, those who are earned some skills, they are not finding a job. Now, can you give a little kind of light on that? What is the government policy towards this reskilling the people or upskilling the people on these kind of sectors? Otherwise, I think gradually people are going to become unemployed, even the employed people.
So actually it's a very good question. One is, of course, one good news is there, okay? There is actually a demand supply, there's a gap, skill gap is there. And a skill gap, for example, in AI is something as high as 500K. That's about 50% is the number, 500K. That means there are not enough people in AI in the country. Currently, I'm talking only in India. So same applies to areas like Web 3.0, IoT and all those things. Almost all the big future technologies, there is a big skill gap. Having said that, the fact is that we have legacy companies, right? They are all old companies. Be it Infosys or be it Wipro, they have been there for a long time, correct? Now, if they don't change, they are up against new startups. They are the digital native companies. Young people who are digital native, okay, the way they are working is different than the old companies, right? They're having lakhs of people. We'll never have an Infosys again in India, I can tell you. Because the new companies are coming with agile methodologies. They're using very disruptive technology. There'll be small single company. First, they're doing internal training, because if they don't train, their own employees will become obsolete. And the new age, students which are coming up, they will replace them. So that's one thing. The second thing which is very, very important for us is other parts of the world have a shortage. And this is one big thing for all the NGOs. Don't look at only India. Look at Germany, look at Japan. There are more, I can say in Japan there are more pets than children, right, currently. That's the fact. There are hardly any children there. So they're using robotics and all. Today they're asking technologists from India, please come to Germany, please come to Netherlands. In fact, in 14th, I have a call with Netherlands because of one of the program which I'm doing. They're already asking me, can you send some women for a 6 months assignment? Unfortunately, I can't, because all these women are married women with children or elderly care, but I'll work with them. The reason is they're not getting talent. They are not having talent. So one is internal talent. We require huge number. While I mentioned 1 million engineers, unfortunately, they are not job ready. They are not industry ready. So that skilling has to happen with our own self, number one, which is happening. I'm not saying that it will not happen. It's happening. And that's why only computer science is not enough. They're looking at adjacent sector. Means even if you are a mechanical engineer, civil engineer, they're taking them in the technology because not enough talent is available. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is startup. They also don't have talent. And world over, there is no talent. So according to me, we are a young country, huge opportunities. That's why you find that, the data has come out. More Indians have gone there to US now. And again, you'll find UK, Japan, Germany, all the countries, they're looking at Indian talent. And I think we are the highest number of AI trained people in the world. Highest number. Still we are telling it's not enough. So to answer to your thing is, dil mange more, sir. We want more.
Thank you. There was a man, Peter Gray, educational psychologist, who actually worked on the model of education in the hunters and gatherers time. He said that children had to learn enormous amount to become an effective adult those days. So I think in the digital transformation and the new 21st century, we need to go back to the same, level, and we need to come up with an enormous, effort we need to become an effective adult and effective citizen. If it is not happen, definitely we are going to lose the democratic dividend that India is actually, need to, take a fruit from it. So once again, I thank all my panel members who very, very. You have a question? Yeah.
Like you said, there is a new trend coming every year, or once in 2 years, the trend is happening, such that we have to develop a curriculum or a new skill sets. With a new curriculum, so that immediately the youth are engaged in that and they are employable, skilled enough to get an employment in wherever. 500,000 is a mind-boggling number, what you are saying. Suppose today I am getting ready with 10,000 people. Tomorrow they are again obsolete, because they have to again upskill for another new set of. So I am going to add 500K plus another 500K requirement by another 2 years' time. So how is the governance, the government, as well as the educators, as well as the youth, going to be involved or engaged? How do we bring that sync so that we are ready? Now that India is the place, so we have to also move ahead in such a way before the other countries catch up. We should be moving much more faster. So it's not the speed, but we have to have meaningful, skilled workers who are also going to be engaged in the right way.
So
how will you
before you get into
enable
the
the
governmental
curriculum to speed up?
I'll just speak. Before sir gets into a governmental angle of this, I'll just speak from an individualist. The individual. Ultimately, governments can do something, NGOs can do something, but as an individual, I think each of us as individuals will need to mentally be prepared for having 5 careers in our career. I mean, in a 30, 35, 40 year career span, we will have to morph ourselves into different roles. I'm not saying role as in hierarchy, but I might have been a coder today, 5 years later I become quote unquote obsolete, or my interest has gone, like ma'am was saying, or कीड़ा लग गया और कुछ करने का, or whatever. So I want to become a gig worker, and I want to become, or sheer obsolescence, or the sheer rapid pace of change. But more importantly, I will have to change myself mentally. I can't listen to my father, mother telling me, एक ही company में रहो, because that's how my father and mother lived their lives. 100 years ago, humankind lived that way. But now, in 30 years, I'll have to have 5. I might be like somebody like in the previous panel. Plumber is a demanded person. I may just love plumbing, but it's not dignity of labor. Nahi hai. But then I just decide that that's what it's needed. I might become a dog walker. Because there's a demand for that in my mohalla. Everyone, more pets. So we can export dog walkers to Japan, because every family has got a dog, but no dog walkers. So I'm putting it lightly, but principally that we've got to ultimately whatever happens in society, in our minds, how do we behave is what is going to be important. So this fragmentation of our careers into micro segments is going to be very important, is how I kind of see as a perception. Governments will try various things, will implement, but government doesn't have the answer. It's just going to be trying various things.
So I would say that government has done some amazing things in the last couple of years. You know, they have that AI policy, they have got NPTL, they got Swayam, right? They're all free. All these courses are free by Government of India, and you know, they are made, AICT says that you can also take 20 hours of courses from NPTL. When they're doing engineering, they can do that also. So government has done their part, be it state governments or central government. Now what is up to the youth? Because see, they have to watch out. She mentioned about it. I clearly see radiologist role going off. Because so much of activity happening in AI, right? They are able to do all the beautiful thing through AI. They are able to clearly see the X-rays better than human beings. That's what is happening in AI, right? A lot of R&D work is going on in India, by the way. So what I clearly see is that the youth of today, okay, whatever age be, youth is up to 55, 65, doesn't matter. If they want to stay relevant, they have no choice but to reskill all the time, every time till they are alive. They have no choice. Doctors anyway keep studying throughout, right? Today even engineers are, as he said, it could even be technicians. They have to keep reading all the time. I mean, reading means just not reading. Hands-on experience is most important. They have to keep doing it. Government has done their part, madam. It's up to the individuals. NGOs are doing their bit. I think it's the individuals who have to really wake up and say, I will do it. If they're not willing to do it and say, I've completed my degree and I will join and I'm happy, it's an old time thing, like, you know, join in a bank, over, I will be there, or in government, it's gone. Even the government guys are very, very good. The technology, they use technology like anything. Banks, you see how they are doing. So be it in hospitals also, everywhere, the technology has really hit us, right? I mean, I don't have to tell you anything. Just go outside, buy the coconut water. He will say, I have no change, please do UPI. Nowhere else has happened, only in India. And that's something you have to bear that in mind. Indians are very smart. We know how to adapt ourselves. It's only people who don't adapt, they will perish. There's no choice.
Thank you, Pratap ji and Ashok ji. Once again, I thank all my fellow panelists. They brought actually so many things: philosophical, intellectual, experiential insight into the discussion. So once again, I thank all the members, and I also thank FETRS for providing an opportunity to have such a kind of a important deliberation. Thank you.
Can we give a huge round of applause for the wonderful panel discussion? I request everybody to be seated. We have the memento for you. So to all the panelists and mentors, once again, thank you for initiating such a great aspect on the stage about skills for changing world of work. To give away the memento for Dr. Kiran Gajnu, can we have Ms. Noyala Sheila on the stage, please? Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody, together for Dr. Kiran Gajnu, Professor, Central University, Karnataka. Next Next, to give away the memento, can we have Miss Silly Dalai to give away the memento for Miss Sakina Baker, Head CSR Bosch Limited and Bosch India Foundation. Can we have Miss Nirmala to give away the memento for Miss Suman Yadav, Operation Executive, Apollo Hospitals. Can we all clap together? Can we have Miss Divyana on the stage, please, from FTRS team to give away the memento for Mr. Pratap, Executive Director, Rural Livelihood Mission, Enable India. Can we have Mr. Joseph to give away the memento for Dr. Romain John, Professor, Department of Psychology, Central University of Karnataka. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Can we have Ms. Hema to give away the memento for Mr. Ashok Hamidi, former CEO of NASCOM. Once again, thank you to all the panelists and moderator. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? A quick group photograph. I request Ms. Suman Yadav to please be on the stage to give away the award for the trained youth.
Okay, thank you so much. It's okay. Please stay. Miss Mariam is from Bastar district of Chhattisgarh, turned her dream of serving as a nurse into the reality despite the financial struggles. Coming from the farming family with a limited means, she's overcome barriers by enrolling in the General Duty Assistant course at FETRS Training Center. Miriam excelled in the program, mastering critical healthcare skills, starting her career at Nightingale Home Healthcare with the salary of 15,000 per month. As soon she advanced herself and she also promoted herself as a manager position at CSK Healthcare Home Service, earning 25,000 now per month. Her achievements have brought her pride, stability, and financial relief to her family. Miriam's inspiring journey reflects her determination, gratitude, and transformative impact of FETRS support. FETRS is happy to recognize her with an award. Thank you, Ms. Suman Yadav, for giving away the certificate. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Now is one of the main segments that is signing the agreement between Bosch and FETRS. So can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together, for that? So for that, I request Ms. Sakina Baker, CEO of Bosch.
Of course, it is going to be another milestone in the history of FETRS. And I think this is a great occasion for this auspicious moment. We had an association with Bosch for last 1.5 years. They were supporting us with bridge course material and the certification. And the previous agreement has enabled us to support around 5,000 youth in the country. This is a worth of about 2.5 crore. My thanks goes to Sakina Madam and Kalim and Ashish sir also taking this initiative. More than that, it was a testing period. It was an acid test. I believe that we successfully completed the acid test. And we have gained the confidence in Bosch. And I think they have placed a big trust on us. It is an evident. They are told that we are going to renew the agreement for the one more year for the same support. I think we thank you so much for that, madam. Not only that, there is one more agreement is coming up, little larger one. They are also asking us to train the ITIs in Rajasthan and Karnataka. Start with Rajasthan, Karnataka. Maybe it will be extended to other states also. 2 days back, we have done the agreement with the Karnataka government. And Madam, thank you so much for this. Again, placing trust on us, believing us ability. I think this is unimaginable for a PTRS. Thank you very much. Let us get into the official ceremony of the signing the agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we're taking a quick break. We will see you all in next 15 minutes, and we will have the summary of key takeaways here at sharp 3:50 from now, and right after that we will have the National Award ceremony as well. Thank you.
The mic. Hello. Yeah, I request every TRS staff members, all the field consultant and field in charge, please come over here for we can have a group photograph. Okay. And other people can join for the tea and coffee. I request all the field consultants and field staff.
Check. From
Organized with our team, we will click one photo. Our members. See, arrange, speak everybody. सबको कवर करो, ये सबको कवर करके हमारे करो.
Hi sir. How are you? Fine, thank you sir. How are you? Sir, tea kududra. Now matra.
Check. Well, right after the break, we have the summary of key takeaways and also the award ceremony. I request everybody to stay back. Check. Well, I request everybody to settle down because we will have the summary of key takeaways by Dr. Thomas, Director of EcoLink. I request everybody to settle back.
We can see you in the middle.
Can you call him once again? Awards है awards.
That's it, no? 3 chairs we can put because initially we'll be calling them, right? Those 3 people will be calling them. Chairs that we then.
No.
See, hello. Now you.
Check.
And then we got into the panel discussions. The first panel discussion was headed by Madam Rajeshwari Ranganathan, and then panel members were Anuradha Udayashankar, CEO of Go-Ping Taxis, which all of us know that he was also an achiever of several awards also in that field, and Mr. Shashidhara Hiramat and Josephine, an entrepreneur with more than 15 years of experience. Rajeshwari actually who moderates the panel discussion stressed the need for bridging the gap between what industries require and what skills we can provide, we must provide. Also, as the director of Await, she agreed with the previous speaker that many women are trained, but few only come out as entrepreneurs. And she also has said what about the efforts which they have been taking to make sure that women remain in the field, although they have more family-related responsibilities, but still not like that. She also emphasized on the necessity to impart the green skills as more people are migrated to the cities with high traffic and more pollution, etc. Best thing is to prevent pollution at the first site itself by utilizing waste materials as creative products. She spoke about the idea to match with the challenges, match to the demand of the market and the sustainability of the career. Anuradha Udayashankar, who introduced the Go-Ping taxi services in International Airport, explained about the stages and steps for realizing her dream, although she had to face many challenges initially. To run a taxi by a woman, just driving skills alone is not sufficient. So she explained also about various self-defense mechanisms and involving colleagues and other colleagues, etc., in giving safety and security for women who are in that field. On the safety measures and scope of women engagement, she said the company gets good support from the public, police and the government in terms of safety measures. She said she could fight the social stigma in the field at the initial stages, and now she has various professionals like lawyers, doctors, musicians, medical students, family women, etc., coming forward as to serve in her team as drivers. The participants well appreciated her determination, conviction and courage to implement what she aspired. She said her main agenda was not business, but to make a difference to women through training and employment, as well as ownership. She should manage. She has also prepared the women drivers in managing their self-defense, vehicle maintenance, learn to interact with the clients, etc. Madam Rajeshwari explained about the sanctioning of a regional driving skills training institute with an ambitious plan for training over 10,000 women drivers for various functions like driving autos, two-wheelers, ambulances, small trucks or agricultural equipment. Josephine explained about her eco-friendly products and how she requires or acquires raw materials from farmers and come out with user-friendly items and products for various categories. She said she was able to make good market even in abroad for her products and plans to extend the project to all over the country. Shashi Thara, another panel member, explained how he became convinced about the need for more skills training than just having an engineering degree or diploma. This led him to shift from being a technician to a trainer in 1988, and subsequently he has trained thousands of students in skills. Panelists gave convincing facts about being practical in skills training and employment. All of them were examples of what is skill development and entrepreneurship by themselves. More than theoretical sessions, all the panel members, including the moderator, were from the practical field with tons of experience who shared their valued inputs on the topic. In the panel discussion 2, Naveen Jacob was the moderator, Mr. George Das from Manappuram Foundation, Mr. Padmanabhan, an expert in the e-commerce, Nageshwara Rao, a technical advisor to Government of India, and Ms. Deepika Shetty, entrepreneur in event management. They were the panel members. Second panel discussion evidently had a shift in focus from traditional approaches like bridging the gap between needs of industries and skills to passion-oriented skills training. Moderator Naveen Jacob efficiently tailored the discussion by asking relevant questions. Deepika Shetty, with her event management industry, George Das with his CSR project, and Nageshwar Rao from the policy level, and Balakrishna from his e-commerce background enlightened all of us. Mr. Rao challenged our minds by saying there is no unemployment in Karnataka. What is there is people don't get their dream jobs, which is essentially because they don't have the essential skills training. So there is a huge necessity for skills development according to what our industry is looking for. Padmanabhan also questioned us as how do we make industries decide on what they want and what is available. We follow the direction, execution and result. It's not government alone to fix it, but it has to be in partnership with the private sector as well. George Das said we have theory but not much of practicals. Students should be made employable. Latest technologies need to be imparted. International standards have to be stressed. They should be prepared for the world market, not just only the local market. Deepika went on to say that she made a shift in the discussion by stressing on passion than industry needs or skills available. Not everyone is interested in technical fields. People want to be more creative, original, and talented. Skills training should be in line with the aptitude of the students too, not just based on industry needs or what provisions we have. Many want to work in new forms of business. So gaps also to fill the passion that drives young people. Rao agreed with the theory of passion, and he said passion is not addressed in our traditional system. We forcefully give some skills to someone for someone else. Career counseling is very relevant to identify their passion. Every individual has talents, utilize them maximum. Padmanabhan supported Deepika, stressing passion leads to skill and skill to livelihood, e-commerce industry and things like that. Skills should definitely lead to employment and livelihood, local to global. Identify the passion and create employment opportunity, language skills, etiquette skills, presentability, etc., not to go along with the other vocational skills. According to Rao, one major focus of our program should be sustainability, not just the sustainability of the entrepreneur, but also the sustainability of the worker. People quit jobs frequently because they are not paid well, so decent salary is a must. Padmanabhan also said learning is not just for life. We learn throughout our life. Roti, kapda, makan is not just enough, but let everyone sustain, he said. Now we have come to the panel discussion 3, which is very fresh in your mind. So it was all about digital skills development and digital transformation, etc., which was moderated by Dr. Kiran Gajanur from Central University. Ms. Shakina Baker from Bosch, she mentioned about we are able to to reach out to various populations in digitalization technology like disabled people, LGBT, etc. There is a high demand for digital education and training like mobile and smart communication systems, etc. Miss Suman Yadav said her experience in Apollo hospitals. She said they have invested a lot of money and covered thousands of paramedicals, nurses, etc. There is a huge demand for both in India and abroad for health workers. So health sector has many opportunities and there is a pressing need to concentrate on skills building in health sector. Mr. Pratap spoke about, from Rural Livelihood Mission, spoke about technology came in, made our life easier. Persons with disabilities are growing and we need to focus on them also. It is a fundamental right for people with disability to get skills, training and employment and dignity in their life. Dr. Romat explained about his experience in working in government university. In India, we have so many small posts like peons, sweepers, scavenger, etc. But in abroad, everyone does everything. We should develop a culture of holistic living and everyone should learn basic skills like plumbing or cleaning and things like that. So an attitudinal change is a must if we have to develop a dignity for jobs, and multitasking is necessary. Ashok Pamidi from NASCOM Foundation stressed on digital literacy campaign. Majority of the beneficiaries continue to be women, skilling on the belief that technology is a major focus. Government schemes should be passed on to the beneficiaries directly, and for this they should be trained to receive it. Give them at least one professional skill and other technical skills. 80% of the women are from, some example from tea estates and things like that, and who are now able to stand on themselves. Some of the main takeaway points which I have collected from various panel discussions, especially from the last panel, where one is, of course, inculcate confidence, optimism, motivation, and good self-esteem as important ingredient of the skills training or the skills training, and involve industries to come directly into skills building. Let there be a bridge between what modern industries want and provide such skills in the vocational training programs. Passion must be considered as a benchmark for deciding their career training. Make a move from traditional skill training like tailoring, soap making, fashion technology, etc. to skills that can fill modern industrial demands both domestically and globally. With the hype in modern digital technologies, make more youth to get specialized training in such areas like AI, clouding, computer graphics, etc. Have more emphasis on skills training in health sector as they have a huge demand. People with disability, LGBTQ, etc. should be covered in all these skills training. More workforce to aid to prevention sector, especially in health fields. Our slogan says, prevention is better than cure. Start the vocational training from high school level itself. Covering dropouts is one thing, and covering students still in schools are another thing which should not be missed. Maybe skills training has to be open to more male population too, as currently most of them are covered, or most of them covered are women, and some of them they discontinue also. Skilling is also required for the employers, corporates and industries. Maybe they can spend a good portion of their CSR funds for training the workforce suitable to them. Finally, inculcate a dignity of labor and promote multitasking persons. Passion-oriented career guidance and aptitude tests to be integrated into our programs. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much for summarizing the entire 16th National Skill Conference. Can you give a huge round of applause once again for Dr. Thomas, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, we have the National Award Ceremony. I request Mr. Felix De Souza, the Executive Director of FVTRS, to please join us on the stage. And also Ms. Sakina Baker, Head CSR Bosch Limited and Bosch India Foundation, to please join us on the stage. And also I request Mr. Jayachandan G, Regional Head UNDP South India, to join us on the stage as well. Mr. Chandran is a development professional with over 2 decades of experience providing strategic guidance and technical assistance to governments. He specializes in accelerating progress towards the sustainable development goals with a focus on gender equality, social protection, economic empowerment, and livelihood development. Chandran is known for his ability to design and implement large-scale programs that address complex socio-economic, political, and environmental challenges. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, everybody together? Well, a small token of love from our side, sir. Thank you for being here. Coming to the award ceremony, the first category I would like to welcome is the Eco-Friendly Skill Development Award for Sustainable Livelihood. That goes to Manappuram Foundation, Kerala. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? That's for Mr. George Dedas, CEO of Manappuram Foundation. Promotes health, education and community development in socially and economically deprived areas, focusing on sustainable livelihoods. Congratulations to Manappuram Foundation, Kerala. Next is FVTRS Champion Award, Mr. Moses Nanda. Can we please have him on the stage, please? We are honored to present the Outstanding Achievement Award to Mr. Moses Nanda for his inspiring journey. Starting as a construction worker, he embraced the sales and marketing training program in 2022. His dedication led him to a role at Rajiv Gandhi Airport, Hyderabad, where he rose from ramp service executive to ramp service agent. Moses' passion for learning, optimistic attitude, and ability to motivate others have made him a true inspiration. The next category of award we have Inclusion Champion Award for Differently Abled Skill Development. In that we are giving to Voice of Needy Foundation. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? To Mr. Arun Kumar S, Managing Trustee. This foundation supports over 3,500 plus PWDs across Karnataka through skill development, early intervention and community-based rehabilitation programs. Next, under the same category, we have Help the Blind Foundation. To Mr. Devraj M, Project Officer, HDBF empowers visually impaired students with access to education, skill development and mentorship. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Spurti Organization for Education and Social Development, Mr. K.B. Rupanayak. Spurti works with marginalized communities, focusing on children, women and the poor to improve education and social welfare. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? The next category is Empowerment Excellence Award for Disadvantaged Youth. That goes to Sama Foundation. Can we have Miss Tanuja on the stage, please? Sama Foundation empowers marginalized communities. So stay there, we'll definitely come. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a huge round of applause? Everybody together. Sama Foundation empowers marginalized communities, particularly persons with disabilities, urban poor and slum dwellers through education, livelihood, support, healthcare and social entitlements. Coming up next, we have Accommodations Association for Liberation, Peace and Education. That goes to Mr. A.J. Josephine. Can we have a huge round of applause? Can we have Miss A.J. Josephine on the stage, please? Do we have someone from Alpi? Next goes to Rajasthan Samagra Kalyan Sansthan, Dr. S.N. Sharma. Can we give a huge round of applause? Everybody together. Rajasthan Samagra Kalyan Sansthan, India works on women's empowerment, sustainable livelihood and education in Rajasthan, impacting marginalized communities. Under the same category goes to Bastar Dharma Kshema Samiti. Goes to Father Tiju. Can we have him on the stage, please? BDKS works for the marginalized tribal communities of Chhattisgarh and Odisha, focusing on livelihood, education, healthcare, and skill development. The next category is Women's Upliftment Award for Skilling and Employment. Goes to Digital Generation Sansthan. Mr. Seta Singh Rawat, can we have him on the stage, please? We want the same energy for all the award winners. This organization works for the upliftment of economically weaker sections, empowering women and marginalized groups through education, skill development, and rehabilitation. Coming up next, we have Women Welfare Society. Miss V.M. Chaugala, can we have her on the stage, please? Women Welfare Society empowers underprivileged women, children and vulnerable groups in Belgavi district through skilling, education and social programs. Next, under the same category, we have Gram Chetna Kendra. Mr. Amit Kumar Sharma. Well, I see only the front row clapping. Gram Shedna Kendra works with rural communities in Rajasthan to empower them through education, skill building and social awareness programs. The next category is Eco-Friendly Skill Development Award for Sustainable Livelihood. We have Sarthak Sanstha Madhya Pradesh. Goes to Mr. Yunus Khan. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Ramanathapuram, focusing on fair. Jagar.
Information. On top of it, Felix requested me to talk about because most of you comes from the NGO sector, so he suggested me to talk
governance practice.
Oh, thank you to the console team. The next special, Mr. Naveen Jacob Matthew, Sonata Software. Thank you so much, sir, for partnering with us. Well, this one goes to you. Thank you to all the esteemed guests for joining us on the stage and giving away the awards. Thank you so much. As we wrap up the 16th National Skill Conference, thanks, I request Mr. C.P. Nicholas.
My conference we had so far. From the industry, is in the hall, those who are here. Conference. I would signed what are all the main areas. You told that project or to be the process, also inspiration to us work in the let us give them also a round of applause. So is now of applause to I would also thank Dr. in the field of with partners that and we and you have been here and supporting it. So and also I thank I extend organization like the conference
anthem. Bolo Bharat Mata ki. And one last time, Bolo Bharat Mata ki. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big thank you to everybody who joined us for 16th National Skill Conference and making this a huge success. Thank you, everybody, once again.